getting fired because, simply put, it doesn't look like there's a lot of people that are sad about it. I can't even we can't even hold a decent debate with MAGA because a lot of MAGA, a lot of MAGA is like it's okay to terminate her. So there's no need to really get too deep into Christianome. If it comes up, we'll talk about it. But it does appear as if even a lot of folks on the right are okay with Christianome being ousted. She was, fact of the matter is, she was creating a lot of turbulence for the Trump campaign. She was not making it easy. I mean, she was getting caught in all kinds of controversial shit, so she wasn't making it easy for President Trump. So Kristi Noem is gone. Also, I watched clips of it this weekend. Jesse Jackson's funeral. We're not gonna get too deep into this, but Jesse Jackson had a memorial service in Chicago. This is what I do want to talk about and get this from you folks. Now, at Jesse Jackson Memorial, they went and got one of these super churches in Chicago, this big, big arena churches, what Charlie Kirk style. Not quite as big as what Charlie Kirk had his memorial in, but Charlie Kirk style. And all of the living former presidents were there, with the exception of obviously President Trump. Bill Clinton was there, Barack Obama was there, and Joseph Biden. Joe Biden was there. And they all spoke. They all spoke kind words in regards to Jesse Jackson. What I want to ask you folks is this, because when Jesse Jackson passed, President Trump released a very nice statement about Jesse Jackson. No problem there. They were associates throughout Jesse Jackson's life. There was a large portion of Jesse Jackson's life where Trump was an associate. But here's the issue, though. After releasing such a positive statement, the Trump administration refused to fly the flags at half-mast. And then when the family requested if Jesse Jackson's body could lie in state, they refused that as well. And of course, I'm going to tack on the fact that out of all of the presidents, President Trump was the only one not at his funeral. So it does leave me to ask you folks, considering that Trump released such kind statements when Jesse Jackson passed, do you believe those statements were valid? None of his actions after releasing those statements seemed like he was really that big on the guy, that keen on the guy. Didn't lower the flags to half-staff, didn't let the body lie in state, and didn't even attend the funeral. Yet Charlie Kirk, you're at his funeral or memorial service or whatever. Now, Charlie Kirk didn't lie in state, but you sent Air Force Two to pick him up. So his body was flown on the Air Force Two. The other there's two of those aircraft. There's two Air Force Ones. One is just called Air Force Two, and the VP or whatever is on it. So in death, he treated Charlie Kirk significantly better than he did Jesse Jackson, even though he was associates with Jesse Jackson probably for more years than Charlie Kirk, just considering the age of the two deceased. So I am asking, do you believe his well wishes, his warm statements after the passing of Jesse Jackson, were they valid, considering how he treated him afterwards? So we'll talk about that briefly. But the biggest question I want to ask you folks is, simply put, why the hell are we in Iran? And of course, I got a third topic. Handsome conservative, ladies and gentlemen, a handsome liberal brought to you by TikTok PBS. Add Gangsta Grandma, handsome conservative, already targeting Gangsta Grandma. Good evening to you. Thank you for your support. So what I want to give you guys is a clip, because this was indeed important and discussed under our former president. If I can get my handy dandy computer to work, but I want to give you this clip because I think that it's something we're dealing with, and it is indeed something we're going to have to discuss in more detail, because under the Trump administration, this doesn't appear to be getting better.
Here at a social media post courtesy of the Associated Press. It says this: breaking oil prices soared past $114 per barrel for the first time since 2022 on Monday as the Iran war intensified, threatening production and shipping in the Middle East. A lot to get to in terms of where this is headed next. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Rockford Weitz. He is a professor of practice and maritime studies at the
Now this is on a Fox affiliate, so I'm not going to go into the opinion of the professor, but how do you guys feel about this now? And I see in the comments, Sis is saying it will go back down. Yeah, it could go back down tomorrow. It could go back down in 6 years, but right now it's not down. I mean, now under Biden, there was never any claim of, well, look on the bright side, it'll go back down. But when gas prices go up under Trump, we're trying to avoid crediting him for what's going on by, well, don't look on the bright side, it'll go back down. It's not down now. Doesn't matter what'll happen in the future. You're losing money right now at the pump. So whether it goes down or not, it's kind of irrelevant. It's always going to go back down in the future. When the economy rose under Biden, we knew eventually things would get better, but right now it's not. So last week we experienced the highest increase in fuel, or you want to say a barrel of oil, in U.S. history. The dynamics, now obviously gas right now is not the highest it's ever been in the country. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fact that during President Trump's State of the Union, he bragged about how low gas prices were. And they've taken a huge bump since then. What we're talking about is the price at the beginning of the week, last week, versus what the price was on the national average at the end of the week. That disparity is the highest in U.S. history. Gas has never increased that much in 1 week in U.S. history. You think they're going to go back down? We'll talk about that. But what I do want to find out from you folks is there are still an ample amount of folks who suggest that President Trump is the GOAT. You heard President Trump stated himself that my supporters are saying I'm the GOAT, the greatest we've ever had, or GOAT, greatest of all time. So we'll talk about that. We are being looted. We are being looted. Not government, sir. I don't get what you mean there, Future Sound, but I do think I agree with it. Not quite correct that statement, but I think I know what you're talking about, and I think I agree with it. So we'll talk about the price of fuel. But getting to the actual main topic, and that is, why the hell are we in Iran? Why are we in Iran right now? And how many of you folks heard about this elementary school being bombed? And right now, as we speak, they don't quite know who is responsible for the bombing.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran. We think it was done by Iran.
Now, both of them. You heard President Trump when asked about the school. He said, based on what I'm seeing, it was Iran. Now I'm going to speculate here and suggest that I think the reporter, since he was full of shit, because he immediately asked Pete Hegseth, which is a downgrade from the president. He asked Pete Hegseth, is that true? If the president told you that Iran bombed the school, why would you then turn around and downgrade and ask the Secretary of War, is it true? Unless you don't believe the president. I want you to watch that again. Pete Hegseth was not expecting that. And I don't know if you'll be able to see it on my screen here, but Pete Hegseth just nodded his head. I don't know if Pete Hegseth wanted to be caught on the record saying that.
The United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran. We think it was sent by Iran.
So Trump is adamant that it's Iran. Pete Hegseth nods his head and says we're still investigating. So Pete Hegseth did not officially back up what Trump said. He didn't want to be caught on the record saying that bullshit. Maybe Pete Hegseth is wise enough to know in the future it could have issues for him. But Pete Hegseth clearly did not say, yes, the president is right. Not once did he say, yeah, we think it's Iran. He said, we're investigating it. The obvious question asking this, with President Trump saying, based on what we're seeing, we think it's Iran, is what the fuck are you seeing? Now, let's just be clear. President Trump showed us boats being blown up in Venezuela. I mean, Trump is not hesitant to show you what he believes is right or wrong. I'm going to submit this to you, and I'll let you guys correct me as I start bringing up callers. And by the way, tap the screen. We'll bring up the first caller at 10,000. DJ Julio, thank you for that. And certainly Gangsta Grandma for the hat and mustache. Appreciate that. What I'm going to ask you guys is this. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll bet I'll say this, and you can certainly correct me in the comments. My analysis of Trump, where he don't mind showing you shit to back up certain statements and claims, is if he's seen evidence that suggested that Iran blew up their own school full of young girls, he would post that on the internet and show you. There's no need to classify them killing their own citizens. If that actually happened with President Trump, or better yet, the American people, the American government taking, flag for potentially bombing a school, if Trump saw video or data that suggested that Iran did that to themselves, leading America to be getting blamed for something that we honestly didn't do. If Trump saw something to show that, he would show that to the people. However, what actually is available to be seen is unfortunately appears to be kind of just the opposite.
Ooh. Tonight, new video has surfaced showing what appears to be a U.S.-made missile hitting a building next to a girls' school in Iran. The video was first shared by an Iranian media outlet, then posted on X. Experts say it appears to be a U.S.-made Tomahawk missile that's seen in the video striking a building. One expert says responsibility for the strike can't be certain without access to the munition fragments. At least 168 people, mostly children, were killed in that strike. ABC News has requested a comment from the Pentagon.
And of course, even if they were to turn over fragments of the bomb, we would just say they somehow fabricated their own. America is not going to go on record, certainly not under the Trump administration. I believe the Obama administration apologized for some innocent casualties that we implemented on our enemies. I believe the Obama administration apologized. You're not going to get that from Trump. You're not going to get that from Trump. So if the Iranians did release bomb fragments belonging to U.S. ordnance to prove that we did that, we would just move the bar. We would just move the bar. We would either say that they actually created that themselves and fashioned it to look like U.S. weapons, or that they had military or something like that in the school, making it a legitimate target. We're not going to admit that we've done something like that. It's just not going to happen. So you kind of have to take it at face value. But before I go to the box in the comments, I do want to say that there is a video, not featured here, but you can easily Google it. There is a video of that strike happening, and there's a freeze frame of the Tomahawk that hit that school. It's on video. It's on video. So, and there are testimony from weapons experts that basically suggest it's a Tomahawk. The outline, the wing formation in there, it's a Tomahawk weapon hitting that school. Iran does not have Tomahawks. So, but like I said, we're not gonna cop to that under the Trump administration, no matter what. We're just not. Looking in the comments, we are the United States of Israel, says Corpse Mankind. Yikes. Leading to the question I'm going to ask you guys. And tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. If you're watching on TikTok, we'll take the first caller there. If you're watching us on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. It helps out the algorithm. The program remains MAGA friendly. We've always been MAGA friendly. We always will be. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. We don't have a moderator. So if you like free speech, congratulations, you're in the right place. But we're asking, why the hell are we in Iran? Now, like I said, we'll take the first caller at 10,000. We were given 3 reasons as to why we went into Iran. The first reason under the Trump administration was that they had individuals protesting the Ayatollah or whatever, the government in place, and that the nation of Iran was smoking their own protesters, unaliving them in TikTok speak. That's the first reason we were given. Now, the second reason is what we've been saying for decades. They're trying to develop a atomic weapon, and that can never happen. Now, that's happened. Now, that's not unique to the Trump administration. Every administration since the Iran hostage scandal back in 1979 has been saying that, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every administration has been adamantly stating that Iran sponsors terrorism and we cannot let them obtain. So that's reason number 2. Reason number 3 is really, actually there's 4 reasons, but I'll give you reason number 3, which to me makes absolutely no sense. And that is that we attacked Iran first because they were about to attack us. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, we sent 10% of the U.S. Navy in their backyard. That's not the time that they're going to attack us. That's just, we're in place, ready to go. That's not the time we were going to launch attack. That just was not going to happen. I think that there is another side. I said 4 reasons. I think that there's another side when that Israel was about to attack regardless, and I guess we jumped in for some other reason or not. I don't know. But I absolutely do not buy that Iran was about to attack America. And I'm going to tell you something. Trump made statements to suggest that Iran was not coming to the negotiating table sensibly, which led to this. You don't send that many assets into a region to negotiate. When you think about the cost per day of us operating all that equipment and manpower in their backyard, that was sent to attack. You don't send all that shit and then, well, we can turn around now. They agreed. No, you don't send that unless you're about to attack Iraq. I don't buy that we were trying to negotiate. I think once we sent all those carriers and stuff there, the fate of the Iranian people was sealed. So I will, concerned citizen says Iran was ready as they could be, So I don't know about that, but I'll go on to the box. And as I bring up my first call, I do want to ask you guys this question, because some of you folks may have seen me in another live not long ago. You know, I go to my MAGA lives. I like to talk to MAGA. And I'm in a live talking to, I don't know, 4 to 6 MAGA at one time. It turns into a shout fest. I'm screaming over all of them because it's just me against them. But I'm a glutton for punishment. Some of you folks may have seen that. What I want to ask you guys is a simple question I'm bringing from that live to this live. Is it wrong to criticize your nation? If you believe that what we're doing is wrong in regards to this whole conflict, war, whatever term you want to give it, is it wrong to criticize that? Is it wrong to be against what we're doing? Does that make you less patriotic? In other words, does a true patriot stand by their nation, right or wrong? I want to ask you folks that, because I'm hearing a lot of the MAGA folks are suggesting that, well, if you don't like America, you need to fucking leave. Why are you simping for the enemy? Why are you siding with the terrorists? I'm hearing that constant. So I do want to talk about that. So we'll go ahead and get the program moving. Looking in the comments, Evil B by Boo, good evening, says as much as Trump wants to stay in the Democrats and everybody is crazy. As much as Trump, I guess you says, I think that means say. Your comment is, as much as Trump wants to say the Democrats and everybody is crazy, he's twisted pure evil. Damn. You think Trump is twisted pure evil? I need you to elaborate on what would make you say that. That's pretty strong. Wow. What would make you say that President Trump is twisted pure evil? Yikes. You follow up by saying we need a moderator for Trump because he talks too much trash. He needs to be in that old folks home watching Matlock. Oh my God. DJ Julio, appreciate that. Well, let's start out by just saying this. Trump's ability to talk trash is probably the best among us. And that's likely why he is in the White House. That's part of it. People like his trash talking. What do you often hear? He shoots straight from the hip. He calls it as he sees it. People like that stuff. So while you may suggest that he needs to be in an old folks home or something like that, MAGA loves that shit. So I don't foresee that going anywhere. I don't know what's going on Substack, but I'll go straight to the box and let's make it happen with DJ Julio. Good evening, DJ Julio. We are the United States of Israel. Says, wow, that's crazy. DJ Julio, good evening. Hang on, let me turn up the volume. I think I got an issue over here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Yeah, loud and clear. I had my volume down. So why the hell are we in Iran?
I wish I had a great answer for it.
Well, why don't you have a great wait?
A lot of it has to.
Why don't you have a great answer? He's giving us reasons. He's given us 3 reasons. Why don't you give us one of his answers?
Well, I mean, I'd like to think that I understand it far enough to have a great answer. So I have a decent answer.
Okay, give me what you got.
I guess. I think that we're tired of being bullied. Any one of us that's listening to this chat right now, I understand what your eyebrows went up because really, how are we getting bullied?
You think Iran is bullying us?
You say death to America. You want our country to fail, and you for 47 years have been running your country like a dictatorship. You're fighting with one of our allies, Israel, and it's time to stop. Any one of us in this room, have anybody come up to us and say, "I'm going to punch you in the mouth," we're going to invite him, and then we're going to beat the crap out of him. That's just the way it works. Now, when it's Donald Trump doing it, it doesn't matter if he said the air is the best air we've ever had right now. Go outside and breathe it. Everybody in your chat for sure is going to stay inside because Donald Trump said so.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think no matter what he says, people take the opposite route?
It's like I was talking to my mom last night. She is completely liberal and
completely.
She
as opposed to being halfway.
Not even middle ground. There's no middle ground to the right at all for her. And she said, I hated Donald Trump before he was president. For all I give a shit, he could fall off the earth.
Damn.
And I said, that's exactly what I said. I said, well, for a woman who taught me how to be peaceful growing up, that's not very peaceful.
But you didn't quite answer the question. Why do you think people go the opposite way, no matter what he says?
Just because they don't like him.
Why? But why is that? Why would they just pick another American citizen and just hate him for no reason?
Because he's a TV celebrity playing president. Is what a lot of people have told me.
Ronald Reagan was a TV celebrity. People loved him.
I agree, and I thought he was. I loved him too.
So why they don't love Trump?
That would be a great answer. I would love for somebody to say something other than he's a pedophile. ChatGPT, Gronk, Perplexity, they have all been very, very helpful to me arguing with some people around here. We've been doing some fun debating. And I use those 3 and I just debunk everything that they say. There is nothing that ties him to any of the bad shit they're saying he did. And
do you think the picture on my monitor would have made him some extra friends? You think he was trying to make friends with them? You saying you don't know why people hate him. You think he was making friends there?
I thought it was funny because the Democrat Party
you can make enemies. You can make enemies, but while being funny don't mean you're not making enemies, though.
No, I know, and I don't like that the person that handles his social media put Barack and Michelle in monkey suits. I would have chose something else because I wouldn't want to be looked at as. What
about the one of him shitting on protesters? You think he was trying to make friends with that?
Shitting on protesters? I must not have seen that one.
You never seen the video of him during the protest in Minnesota where he posted a picture of himself flying a jet and dumping shit on them?
I haven't seen that, no.
Did you see the one with Hakeem Jeffries in the sombrero?
Yes.
You think he was making friends with that?
I mean, here's the deal. I mean, we all say, get out of your feelings, get out of your feelings. And somebody gets to be a little bit of a troll and starts trolling people based on their relationship with the man. Listen, these guys are politicians to us. These guys are representatives to us. to Donald Trump, these guys are similar level. You know, they're in the politics with him. They're side by side. They're co-workers. He's talking shit to his co-workers, and they don't like it. Guess what? Who?
Did they not show you the video of him once talking about blacks are responsible for 81% of white homicides?
You might have. I don't know if you showed me directly, but I might have been on one of your lives when you showed that.
Yeah. I mean, the reason why I'm asking
that's not entirely false either.
You think 81% of white homicide victims are killed by black people?
No, I don't think it's white homicides. I think it's homicides, period.
That ain't what he said.
I know. I'm just telling you.
Okay.
That I don't think that it was right to say it the way that he did because it's factually incorrect. It's factually correct when you say 81% of all homicides. I mean, they make up 13.
Should he have apologized for it?
Apologies are about as good as toilet paper.
I'm only asking you these questions because you seem to be at the point where you don't understand why people don't like the guy. I'm just asking you these questions because if you say something wrong about somebody, you don't, as you say, apology is just as good as toilet paper. So I'm just going to leave the awful shit I said about you out there. Is that making friends with that person?
No, but he's not here to make friends, Tim. He's here to run a country
and post pictures. He's here to run the country and troll on the internet.
Okay, so let's be clear. Let's just be absolutely clear. I don't believe for 1 second, and it might not be 81%. I don't want to leave these people in the comments completely out of the conversation. It might not be 81% of all homicides.
It ain't even close to that. You realize how many places? You realize how many places in America black people barely even exist? If you look at the map after an election, all them red areas, most of them areas ain't nobody even black there.
Do me a favor. Let's put this one to bed really, really quick. Let's put this one to bed really, really quick so we don't waste a bunch of our time. Type into your search bar, what's the percent of homicides caused by African Americans?
Alexa,
Americans, however you want to say it.
What percentage of American homicides are done by African Americans?
Yes.
According to 2019 FBI data, African Americans accounted for 51.2% of known murder and non-negligent manslaughter.
So he's way the fuck off. Alexa, stop.
And we know he exaggerates.
Yeah.
We know he exaggerates.
So he's making black people look like wholesale murderers of whites. Should he apologize?
Well, we didn't ask that question. We just asked all. Now let's ask about white ones.
No, wait a minute. We'll ask. Well, we've already admitted that he's way off. Should he apologize?
No, we asked the question the way that we should have answered or asked the question or stated the question. We didn't ask it the way he said it. Let's ask it the way he said it. What is the percent of white homicides caused by African Americans? Let's ask the question that he said.
That's going to be significantly. Alexa, what percentage of white homicides were perpetrated by African Americans?
According to 2018 FBI data, 15.5% of white homicide victims were killed by African Americans.
15! Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop.
If it was me, I'd apologize. I'd apologize for getting my numbers wrong.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. When he knocked the number up from 15% to 81% and didn't apologize, how should African Americans take it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I was being inflated either.
So it sounds like you're starting to. We originally started out by not knowing why people don't like Trump. I think we're getting somewhere. Would you agree?
No, I agree 100%. That's why I like to come to your live, Tim, is because I want to be as informed as I can be too. I'm passionate about my politics and what I think, and I want to understand your guys's. And when I say your guys, I'm talking to the collective out there. Mm-hmm. On the left, I want to know and be educated by what you guys see and what I see. And if we come together that way, then it works. Now, as far as Trump apologizing for all of the freaking trolling he does, it ain't going to do any good. He could apologize till he's blue in the face and everybody would hate him the same.
How about if he just stopped fucking trolling? But before you answer that, in the comments, Naeem Barber says, most annoying thing about this all is when Trump is gone, non-MAGA Republicans are going to put away their MAGA hats and flags and pretend they were not supporters. I don't think they're all going to do that, but I do believe there's a significant portion of them are going to deny it. Certainly if he leaves and it turns into JD Vance or Marco Rubio, the hats will stay out. But if he leaves and it turns into a liberal government and some of them folks start going to jail and the truth starts coming out, I agree with you 100%. So what were you saying there, Julio?
I'm just saying, if we're going to just go ahead and stop with the apology thing. You're never going to get an apology from Trump. I don't think that he needs to waste his time apologizing. He needs to worry about running the country. He needs to get his staff in order. He needs to get his fucking staff in order. He does. He needs to get his staff in order so they quit putting out this stupid shit. Because it's not Donald Trump.
You think all of that is wait? You think all that shit is coming from a staffer? You really believe that?
Yeah. I don't think he has time for freaking social media.
Yeah, he fired Christy Nome, but he's going to keep the staffer on there. As much drama as that's causing him, he's going to keep the staffer around, huh?
I don't know if that staffer's still around or not.
He said he is. He actually was asked. He was actually asked, are you going to fire the guy that did it? He said no.
Oh, well, I guess I didn't see that either. I don't watch as much as I used to because the election's over.
Okay.
And I know he's not running again, and I've really been just trying to get my city's people on the same page as far as communication goes, as far as having cordial communication instead of everybody freaking calling somebody a pedo protector or a fucking leftist lunatic or a right-wing retard, whatever. I'm tired of the fucking name calling. And again, is why I come on here and get talk shit to by the chat, which is fine. Your freedom of speech is awesome. I love it.
You kind of voted for this though, Julio. You voted for name calling.
100%.
Yeah.
I did 100% because I wanted a non-political correct person in the office. I wanted a no bullshit person in the office. So we got that.
You think all that trolling leaves him qualifying as no bullshit, huh? That's all he's doing is sending out bullshit.
Look at what he's done. He's liberated 2 countries, almost liberated 2 countries already.
He liberated shit. Who did he liberate? Who did he liberate?
What was that? Venezuela?
He didn't liberate Venezuela. He got rid of Maduro and left every other member of his staff in place. They not liberated. What are you talking about?
It's on their way. If we're in negotiations with the country, we're on the way.
I thought we was in negotiation with Iran 2 weeks ago. Look where they at.
Well, you know what? When you call on our president, listen, this is what I like about it. When you talk shit and you call out our president and you call him a coward, you call him all these things, he's gonna drop the hammer on you. And I'm happy for that. You would do the same damn shit most of the time, I would imagine. If somebody was threatening you or your household, you're gonna protect your household. If you're not gonna protect your household, I'll come protect your fucking household for you, Tim.
You can't know if somebody is launching threats, and certainly to me, attacking Iran is the equivalent of a midget threatening to kick your ass, so you decided to beat the hell out of the midget. No, I don't buy that we had to attack Iran. They're no major threat to us. They don't even have the equipment to come over here and fuck with us.
That's a really good analogy. That's a very, very, very good analogy.
Thank you. I made it up. Thank you.
What do you suppose is going to happen if I kick the shit out of that midget? You think he's going to want to run around talking shit anymore?
No, the police are going to come fuck you up for fighting a midget. The police, it's like getting a woman. You don't put your hands on a midget.
Probably, but that little boy ain't gonna. That little person ain't gonna be talking shit no more. I'm of course inflating this. I would never assault somebody smaller than me. They'd have to be bigger before any kind of fighting happens. That's just how I roll.
Well, to me,
I'm just saying.
Yeah, when you look at Julio, when you look at the reasons we went into Iran, it's almost a mirror of Iraq. They were threatening us. They had a tyrant. He was killing his own people. Weapons of mass destruction, nuclear bomb. I mean, it's like literally the same reason we went into Iraq. And the same thing is we put Saddam Hussein in power. Thanks to us, the Ayatollah was in power. We put these people in, and then when they get too big for their own britches and they don't actually, keep bowing down to the United States, then we come take them out. That's all this is. It's another one of those.
To be fair, Barack Obama started this by giving, was it 1.4 million and then another billion or something to these guys who were told from the very beginning, 47 years ago, you cannot pursue nuclear bombs.
And to be fair, all of the NATO member states say that they were following that deal with Obama, and Trump came along and said they were not. All of our allies suggest they were actually meeting the parameters in the deal. It's just Trump came along and said it was a bad deal.
Maybe it was, and who knows how many of those NATO countries had their hand out collecting money too that we don't know about.
Oh my God!
This is all going to boil out somewhere, and if I'm wrong, God forgive me.
No,
if I'm right,
if you're wrong,
God
it's
bless
gonna
the rest
be
of you.
if you're wrong, God forgive all those dead Americans that paid the price for you being wrong.
That's another touchy subject.
That's what's going to happen.
I've got military family. They know what they signed up for.
They didn't sign up to be killed unnecessarily. They didn't sign up for that. They signed up to defend America, not go out there and defend that man's ego.
Exactly. And that's exactly what those guys are doing. God bless them
Whoa,
for
Blue
being
One
there.
Banks. Thank you.
That's cool.
Thank you. That was awesome. They didn't sign up to be misused and abused, to go out and fight a war so that Trump's family could get wealthier through military rebuilding and contracts. They didn't sign up for that shit. They signed up to defend this country.
Now I think you're talking bullshit again. We should get Alexa out. How much money is Trump making off of this? He ain't making no fucking money.
Are you kidding me? First of all, Alexa, all of the crypto shit, Alexa ain't gonna know about that. The man created his own cryptocurrency, which we know can be used to funnel money that nobody ever sees. He don't trademark his fucking name. That you don't think Trump making anything behind this? All of the think about all the every time you see one of these bombs exploding on television, all of that shit's got to be replaced. So General Dynamics, all these companies that develop weapons, they're going to get huge contracts to replace all of that shit we don't use. You don't think Trump gonna find a way to finagle his way into that deal at all? You think he's just gonna be honest?
I really here's my response to that. I don't think that he's going to do too awful much to burden his legacy, people that have grown up behind him. You know, his kids, whatever, his businesses, his charities, his Trump name. I don't think he's going to put any of that at risk. Not for no.
The guy who once said, "I'm not a Christian," and then got in the White House and started selling Bibles, that dude ain't gonna ruin his legacy, huh?
So I am proud of him for finding God again.
Right, he didn't find God. He found money in God. He didn't find God. He found money. The guy just said a few months ago, he ain't going to heaven. He found God. He found money.
Listen, that is probably the most humane statement. One of the most humane statements he's ever made is that he doesn't think he's going to heaven.
Is that common for Christians to say that?
It's common for Christians to understand that especially newborn Christians, to understand that they have done a lot of bad things that would push them the other direction, for sure.
So you actually believe it. So you're saying it's common for Christians to suggest they're not going to heaven?
There was a long time. I've been Christian my whole life. My grandfather was a Lutheran Missouri Synod president. It's all I've known is Christianity from the Lutheran side.
Do you know any Christians that believe they ain't going to heaven? Do you know any Christians that?
I spent most of my life thinking I was going to hell. Yeah, sometimes still question it, for sure. I know that my sins are forgiven. My debts are paid because of Jesus. I understand all of that.
Fair enough.
I've done some things in life that I know. I've hurt people. I've beaten people. I've never a woman, never a child, never a midget. But I've stolen from people. I've done bad things.
So have I. But listen. I've never heard a Christian say I'm not going to heaven. That's something you keep between you and God. I've never heard somebody publicly state. Certainly, can you imagine if Obama said I'm not a Christian or I'm not going to heaven? You guys would be all over him for that.
I wouldn't be all over anybody. I could see a lot of the Republicans being there.
Yes, they were all over him because they thought he was a Muslim. Just because they thought he was a Muslim.
I never once defamed freaking Joe Biden in any
I'm not talking about Julio. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your party. You had Sean Hannity I don't know why the hell that happened. You had Sean Hannity in Reverend Wright's church on the south side of Chicago. That was Obama's church, the whole chicken coming home to roost. They were fucking with him due to religion constantly. They were all over that man. Now all of a sudden, this guy says, I don't even believe in God. I'm not even a Christian. And they okay with that.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I really do. And I'm never going to change your mind. I'm never going to change 90% of your audience's mind.
Okay.
I am constantly going to do exactly what I did for Joe Biden. And I'm going to have hope in the president we have. That what he's doing is exactly what we need to do, regardless of how hard it is to see. I'm going to have faith that we're in the right time of life.
Okay. Do you believe him when? Okay, fair enough. Before we move on, do you believe him when he suggests that what he has seen suggests that the Iranians blew up a school with their own kids inside? Do you believe that's actually true?
I don't know, Tim. I mean, I really would hate to say that we did that on purpose. I would hate to say that any of our allies did that on purpose.
What if it's what if it's done on accident and you just don't want to cop to it? Just like the whole Obama's his monkeys. What if it's done, and he look, I didn't mean for it to blow up like this or something like that, and he just don't want to cop to it? What if we accidentally targeted that school? It wasn't done intentionally, but he just don't want to admit that they died due to American ordinance.
That would be tragic. And I think they need to figure out where that missile came from. Like he said, they're investigating, that they think, he's never said once that he knows for sure where it came from.
Yeah, he did. He said Iran did it. He just said Iran did it.
He says, we think, when you play your video again, he says, we think it came from Iran. And then they asked again. Yeah, it says that. Let's listen.
Okay, I'm curious to know. He said, based on what I've been seeing, like I mentioned in the monologue, I'm curious to know what the hell are you seeing? Because he also once said, based on what I'm seeing, that Obama was born in Kenya. But I want you
The United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people.
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran. We think it was done by Iran.
That's what
I would like to know what he's seeing. I don't think we're ever going to see that. I don't think. But listen, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I think you're correct. I don't think we're going to see a lot of, especially when it comes to any of that wartime stuff.
Bullshit. We see people die constantly. No, that's not true. We're seeing the Venezuelan boats strike stuff. We're hitting. He's showing us things getting blown up constantly. But yet you got footage.
No. What I'm saying is I don't think we'll ever know the truth of it.
Why can't we see what he's seeing?
I'm not sure what's classified and what's not during wartime. I don't know those answers.
You got Americans potentially taking flack for something that we didn't do, and you got footage of it. You're not going to show us that, but you're showing us all this other shit with declassified written over it. That makes sense to you?
None of this makes sense to me.
Okay, we can live with that. I got to move it on, Julio. Thank you. Appreciate it. Come on back anytime.
Thank you.
All right,
Absolutely.
Moving on with the program, by the way. Tap the screen, a little bit of lazy thumbs in here. Get us on up to 30,000. You know how this program is ran. I'm back from a small vacation. Kind of went out with the boys. Got us a nice little Airbnb. So you folks, I got a few messages. Some of you guys showed some love. Like, where the hell you at? Some of you guys wanted to tear me a new one as usual. We always enjoyed a back and forth for fodder. So thank you guys that did check on me. But yeah, we were downstate. Went fishing, bike riding, all that good shit. Looking in the comments, they signed up to fight when they were told to fight. Handsome conservative, I agree with that. When you join the military, yeah, you sign up. You basically sign up to, I want to say, you take an oath to the government or whatever the case may be. But you even still, and even if you sign up, and whoever the leader happens to be, they misuse and abuse you, your talents or your skills, you don't really sign up for that. Even though officially you did sign up for that. When you sign up, you're signing up to defend our country from enemies, foreign and domestic. That's what you're signing up for. You're not signing up for some of the things that we have been using the military for over the last 50 years. Which is why they often give us a lie for the reason that we're doing it. And then you find out later on it was a lie. I mean, that's what Iraq has turned into. It's turned, now that we know, we can Monday morning quarterback. Even President Trump stated that the Iraq war was the dumbest mistake in U.S. history. That's a quote from Trump. And I absolutely believe that there will come a day when we will look back on this war with Iran and say the same thing, is that it was an optional war. And how many Americans lose their life? Right now we're at 7. How many Americans lose their life? There would be folks saying that those people didn't need to die. And I will say this before I go to the next caller. Tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. We'll take the caller at that. I will say this. There are reports, and I'm going to say unconfirmed, because I don't have any proof that any of this is valid, but I'm going to throw it out there. There are unconfirmed reports that 7 number is inaccurate. 7 Americans have died in this war so far. Conflict, if you're on the right. They don't want to call it a war, they're calling it a conflict, whatever the case may be. But there are unconfirmed reports that number is not accurate. We'll see. In the comments, yes or no, how many of you folks believe that number is accurate? 7 have died. Our government, let's go by this, because it could be more and the government just don't know about it. Let me ask it to you this way. How many of you folks believe that the number is greater than 7 and our government is aware of it and not telling us? Yes, if you believe that. No, if you don't. The number is greater than 7. Our government is aware of it and is not telling us. How many of you folks believe that something like that would be true? Yes, in the comments. No, if you don't believe that. Trade Alliance says 160 is reported. To me, it would be hard to hide that many deaths. But I see a lot of you folks are saying yes. A lot of you folks are saying yes. Looking in the comments here, he's doubled his wealth in the first year of his term, says Naeem Barber. I actually believe that, Trump is making a mint. Even folks on the right that favor Trump, that really like Trump, I think most of them believe Trump is making good money from this. His sons, his family, et cetera, et cetera. They just believe that his vision for America is so beneficial to us all that they'll overlook it. But the whole notion that, we need a president like Trump because you don't have to worry about him being on the take. He's not taking a salary. He already has his own money. I think we're all past that stage now. Even the MAGA folks are past that stage. I think we all acknowledge that Trump has made a whole lot of money off the presidency. I don't think anybody believes at this point, from this point on, that, he's a business guy and he already has his own business. He's not taking a salary. You don't need money. No, he's making a killing. He's making a killing. And you can tell that because the people around him are making a killing. That's what makes it obvious, is that the people around him are even making a killing. So you can only imagine, if they're doing that well, how much he must be doing. So looking in the comments, though, he's made more money as president than he did his entire life, says Don 520. Yeah, I believe just since he got elected in 2024, late 2024, because the money started coming in immediately. People started changing what they were doing. The oligarchs of tech started hanging around him. I believe the moment he got elected in November 2024, the money started coming in. And my personal belief is, from November 2024 to now, he has made more money in that 14, 15 month span than he did the previous 70 some odd years. I believe that. Anyway, looking in the comments, why will Trump not allow us to own snakehead fish in our American aquariums? This is an infringement on our freedoms, even more so than the unjust taxation building laws. I was not aware of that, and I think 99.9% of Americans are not aware of that. Why won't he let us own snakehead fish? I don't know. I'd have to look into the reason behind it. I don't know why that is. They signed up to defend the Constitution of the U.S. from all enemies, foreign and domestic, not to start shit with countries minding their own business. True, but that's not what they're being told. We don't find out the country was just minding their own business until years after the conflict, and a hell of a lot of people have died. Going back to the box, I think, what does that say? I'm going to put on my spectacles for that. I can't even read it, and I don't have my damn glasses. Anyway, I'll move back on. I was about to read somebody's comment, and I think if he wants to put boots on the ground in Iran, he should put Republican boots first. That's what she said. That ain't gonna happen. And I will tell you this: Trump's vision for success is that we get to install the leader in Iran. That's possible, but there's no way you're going to do that without putting boots on the ground. I want to tell you that right off the bat. But if we don't put boots on the ground, that's not going to happen. Gangsta Grandma, good evening.
Oh, my little snowflake. I miss your little fat ass. I was wondering if your wife killed you.
Why I got to have a wife? Wait. Why I got to have a wife? And if I do, why she got to be murderous?
Because I couldn't stand you. I would be going to prison my damn self. Fucking with you. Because you get on my damn nerves, on God.
You know, I get on
How
your...
you doing, Pookie?
I get on your nerves because I give Trump credit when possible,
No,
and I criticize liberals when they do wrong.
You're uneducated idiots talking about that fish is really invasive. That's why they won't let us have them. Because I have a 150-gallon tank. You cannot have invasive fish, you numbnut. But hey, you know, that's why Trump likes the uneducated. And I seriously hate the people that voted for this shit. Because 7 people died behind a fucking lie.
Do you believe that? Do you believe the 7 number is accurate?
I don't know. I hope it is. But at this administration, no. You know what I mean?
So why we there?
But let me tell you guys this, though. All this is behind a lie, and it's about Christianity. Because didn't Graham come out and say this is behind Christianity? Now the service members are complaining, saying no, we didn't go for this crap. They're not supposed to be fighting for Christianity. They're not.
I mean,
This is not a Christian nation.
Are you sure? They may be telling us
This isn't. So then why the white man come over here then? Because didn't they not get prosecuted? That's why they left their ugly asses. They came over here and did everything.
Well, perhaps things have.
You know what I mean? Golly.
Perhaps things have changed a bit.
Oh, shut up, Tim. Get it out your mouth already.
No,
For the love of God.
Okay.
I had.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. My fat ass. Well, I'm not fat no more, but you know, my little skinny ass. Which.
Go ahead.
I forget. I sure got lost 200 pounds. I forget.
Wow.
Let me tell you, my little skinny ass. I went to LA. Yeah, I'm size 14, baby. I could go into pretzel if I want to. Okay.
I thought I heard something. I don't want to get too deep in your I don't want to get too deep in your personal business, but I heard something about triples. How do you lose 200 pounds and maintain triples? Go ahead. What were you talking about? Never mind.
I had to get them lifted.
All right, there we go. All right.
I got them lifted. I ain't gonna lie to shit. I got them lifted. Hell, I'll be honest, when you start losing your weight, honey, your shit goes south.
Right.
And I'm still 45 years old looking good.
All right.
You know?
All right, but let's get back to the let's get back to the topic. All right, fair enough. Lift every voice and sing. Anyway, let's get back to the topic. So we're in now. Trump says that this country was trying to develop atomic weapons and we can't have a state sponsor of terror doing something like that. Do you back him up based on that?
No, because there's no evidence. They wasn't coming. You know what? All this is behind oil. Now he's making it a whole lot worse. All this is behind oil and it's behind religion. And you know what? All the truth's gonna come out because when you do shit in the dark, all it's gonna come to the light. It's all behind religion and oil. And now he's thinking, oh, I'm the big bad white tea man. He's gonna go over there and save everything. Our gas, we're gonna be lucky. It's gonna be over $8 a gallon. Are we great yet?
Well,
is it Cali right now? It's almost $6 a gallon.
But MAGA says a little short-term pain for long-term gain is worth it.
Oh, you know what, maggots? The maggots love sucking on that cock. They be dripping on it. You know what I mean? Especially the white, the black and brown. They be dripping. Yes, master. The house ninjas.
Well, at the end of the day, I mean, because listen, we can talk about Trump, but we don't want to go into the category of Trump derangement syndrome. It's like all of the presidents said that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. Maybe Trump hold on, wait a minute. Maybe Trump took the initiative that all the other presidents was lollygagging on.
No. Obama, a black man that was educated, told them and did the agreement. They was doing good in their agreement. And guess what the white team man decided to go do? Oh, they're not doing that. I didn't like the deal. And did it. Now look where the fuck we're at now.
America First
Okay.
says Obama was not black.
Obama's not black. Oh my God. Do you see how uneducated these motherfuckers are? Do you see how uneducated
I'm just
these
saying. I'm reading the comments.
motherfuckers
I'm reading the comments. But I
They're
do.
just so dumb. Oh God, you can't even argue with them. They're stupid.
No, but in reality,
Mixed is still black, you numbnut.
no, but in reality,
Golly.
gangsta grandma. In reality, though, there are folks, particularly the Trump administration, that says Iran was not following that deal. We were giving them money back, and they were on the cusp of making a nuclear weapon. Trump is trying to stop that once and for all. That's
Where's
not a
the
good
evidence
thing.
at? Where's the evidence at? Where's the evidence at? I thought we all did it when they bombed them the first time. The boom boomers. Where's the evidence? Oh, we destroyed them and we destroyed it all. Now we're at war now. And then half the motherfuckers like, oh, we're not at war, we're at a conflict. AKA war, you numbnuts. That's why I call them a bag of dum-dums. You feel what I'm saying?
Well,
And you know what? If they're going to send people over, go send your white tea sons over there. Don't send our black and brown people that voted for not voted for this shit. Go send your asses over there. Go send him president's son over there. Go.
yeah, but
Because people are unaliving, and the most disgraceful piece of shit we have as a president wore a ball cap to bring the guys home. That was disgrace.
yeah.
You fucking numbnuts.
Why? Yeah, the ball cap during the what do they call it when you bring home the bodies? I forget.
Transfers.
A dignified transfer.
Dignified transfer. Yep.
Why would he wear a ball cap during that?
Because he's so uneducated, and he thinks everything's about him that he didn't even give a damn about our troops. He didn't even lower for half Flagstaff for our troops, but he lowered it for a white team man that was on social media. Go fucking figure, right?
Well,
Fucking figure, right?
I'm just saying. And somebody in the comments asked an interesting question, going back to the Obama's not black thing. Reg says, why is someone that is 50% black considered all black? What say you?
Well, let's get educated real quick, you fucking numbnuts. During slavery, you fucking white tea people loved the fucking chocolate coochie, so you had to take it. You had to take it. You couldn't even ask for it. You had to take it. So then you had mixed babies, right? So then when you had mixed babies, you guys shipped mixed babies to France and shit, you numbnuts. That's why we got everybody from the United States is all mixed, you numbnuts. Get educated before you even talk. And let me tell you something about being black. You can have 50% black, you numbnuts. And then the cops will still look at you as a black man, you numbnut.
Well, I will go with, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you said, but like Craig said in the comments, it's the one drop rule. Is that one drop of black blood makes you black. That's something that came from white people. That's something that came from white people.
I look white, and guess what? I'm black, honey. When my kids pop out, honey, they darker than me. My brother's a little couple of shades darker than me. And what? And I look white. The only thing you can tell on me that's black is my ass, my titties, and my hair. Okay? Because see, I didn't have to go and get a Bobby-lated BBL, honey. It's all the pork chops and stuff. And my mama blessed me good with titties, ass, and good hair.
Okay, bless your heart.
That women, that the white tea women have to go pay for, honey. Okay? It may look white to you, but honey, when you comb my hair, you know I got some niggling in me.
Okay, wait.
Hell yeah.
What is a niglet? What is a niglet?
I can't say it. I got the good hair, honey. I got the
let me ask you something now.
Hair, okay,
let me ask you something. Gas prices in the country have risen sharply over the last week. But the notion is that those prices will come down, and this is a worthy cause. How's gas prices in your neck of the woods?
I'm going back to Cali. I'm moving back to Cali for the summer, and it's over $5, almost $6 a gallon. And guess what? It's higher now than it was under Biden. So kiss my black ass on that one, buddies.
Wait,
I have a
wait.
good one. Too.
Are you saying right now the average price for fuel is higher than it was during
It's going
Biden's
to go
term?
higher. Tim, right now, a barrel of oil is
Yeah.
106.
Yeah.
It is bad, and it's going to go higher. And guess when it starts going higher, the truckers already starting to complain about it.
Yeah,
Okay?
but wait a minute.
Guess what's going to happen?
Are you sure you're right? Migs in the comments says that under Biden it went up to $5. It's not averaging $5 right now.
Honey, you guys, it's going to be over $5 at the end of by Friday. It's going to be over $5. It's going to be right now. It's climbing day by day, day by day. And you know what that motherfucker said? Oh, you guys can live with it. It's gonna be short time pain. No, it's not, because everything's gonna go up.
You're saying by Friday the average price of gas in this country is going to be $5?
It's gonna be over $5
In America or California?
That's what I'm gonna say.
Are you
You
wait?
know what?
Are you talking about the American average or just California?
I'm talking about the average. Watch.
$5?
It's gonna be watch what I say. It's never been this high. What the fuck are you guys talking about? It's $106 right now, and he's not even stopping the WAR. It's gonna be high. Watch what I say. Watch what I say.
Wait. Right now, the average price of gas is a little bit over $3. You're saying it's going to increase by $1 and some odd cent by Friday?
Los Angeles is over $5 a gallon. Watch what I say. It's going to go high. Watch.
That's huge, yo.
All behind what? All behind what? Some fucking egos? Oh, I'm the big bad white team man. I want to knock everybody out. This is Christians right here, right? Yeah, we're all gonna pay for it.
I'd be curious for folks to put in their city or state in the average price of gas they are right now, because $5 is a lot. $5?
Right now, in Los Angeles, I came back to New Mexico to get my shit because I'm going back on Sunday. Yeah, it's over $5 right now.
Alabama, $4.
It's going to be up to $8. They're going to say it's going to be up to $8. You watch what I'm going to tell you guys. You think it's going to go down now? Do you think? No, it's going to go high. It's going to go higher.
You said 8.
Watch what I'm saying.
You don't actually foresee the price of fuel in this country ever reaching $8 a gallon under Trump, do you?
Under Trump?
No.
This. You can't blame this on God. You cannot blame this on a beautiful, sexy governor. And I don't like white guys, but that motherfucker fine as shit. But yeah, you can't blame it on him. Not this time, Boogie. Not this time. Nope.
You think that under the Trump
Donald Duck.
You think that under the Trump administration, a U.S. state could see gas costing $8 a gallon?
I bet the black woman looks good.
No,
Now, don't you guys?
I don't see
think
that.
the black woman looks good, huh? Everything she said that was going to happen. I bet you guys want that black woman now, don't you? The uneducated black woman, right? The one that's going to put us in a WAR, right? Right, guys?
You're telling me
uneducated fucking dumb fucks?
You're telling me that right now in America, due to the economic state and the price of gas, that you believe Americans want this woman in office as opposed to Trump? I don't think that's true.
I voted for her, and I guarantee you, people want her now. Because guess what? We're at WAR, shit's going through the fucking fan. Our gas is going to go through the fucking fan. Our food's going to go higher. If you think it's bad now, and you know who I feel bad for? Is the people that didn't vote for this shit. The one that voted for shit. Oh, eat it up, bitches.
I'm going to tell you, I do not believe Trump supporters, even with the high price of fuel, or even if it hits $8, which is insane, I still don't think they would want Kamala Harris in there.
Well, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the non-voters, the third-party voters that say, no, the Palestine. Now look what the fuck you guys are in.
Bro, what about
I don't give a fuck about the maggots. The maggots are racist.
All of them?
Shit. Yes, the maggots are racist.
Some of them are black themselves, Hispanic themselves.
Oh, what? The house ninjas. Yes, man. To give me the whips. I like it like that. I like sucking on a white tea cock.
You told me
I like that uncooked protein. I want to sit at his table. Let me tell you, mofo, something. You would never sit at that white man's table with that much money. You're never welcomed there, bitches.
Handsome,
Get that shit straight.
Handsome
You're
conservative says,
never
I
gonna be at
disagree.
his table.
Handsome conservative says, I disagree. You can argue with us, but you just can't
he's always
win.
got a white cock in his mouth.
What? He is
We can't
white.
win. We can't win.
That's what he's saying.
Who?
That's
That
what,
motherfucker likes the white cock in his mouth. What, y'all think white men don't fuck white men in the ass? They all do? Have you seen the white tea porn?
what the
They
hell?
like to be pegged. They like to be pegged. Shit. They the biggest ones. The Christian nationalists, they love to have
Oh
the
my
shit in
God.
oh, believe me, when I was used to be doing it for money and shit, honey, the white tea man was the one knocking. Honey, baby, I need it. Oh, hell yeah. 8 inches, 12 inches. Yup. So don't ever get that shit twisted. The white tea man don't like it like that. They sure do.
Well, you
Why
got
do you think
you
they
got
like trans women?
you got my viewers even hearing you and asking, does anyone else notice the total ignorance seen from the left in this podcast?
I made thousands of dollars on a white tea man. They was my bitches at the end of the damn day. When I used to be a dominant, honey. Yes, honey. Yes.
But the notion is people from the left, such as yourself, he's talking about, are just totally ignorant just in your
If
statements.
I was so ignorant, see, I wasn't the one that ignorant that voted for this mofo that raised your guys' took you guys' medical away from your asses, took your food stamps away from your asses. So I live in blue state, honey. We don't depend on, we support your asses. You feel what I'm saying? See, we are a donor state. So our taxes go to the red states, the poorest of the poorest. They can't do a budget for the life of the God.
Yeah.
Well, guess why? They voted for this shit. I did it. I voted for a black woman that would have put us in this situation. You know how good we would have it if we didn't have this fucking idiot?
Speaking
And
of
guess who's winning all these special elections?
speaking
The
of
only thing that who fucked up was Texas.
I was about to say that. Speaking of black women, I told you, straight white Christian male. You see how Jasmine
know.
Crockett lost? I
But
told
guess
you
what,
that.
though? He's going to flip. He's going to flip. They don't listen to black women. Now they're going to fuck around and find out. They're another Fetterman. He's another, it has to be some white Christian. You motherfuckers never listen, do you guys? You don't want to listen to black women that busted their asses and shit and said, guys, listen, let her, because she was elected. You nuts.
Well, maybe
Oh, no, Texas has to be a fuck up. Now you're going to fuck around and find out when he flips on your asses.
well, maybe they don't think some black women know what they're talking about. Maybe they don't think Jasmine
Yeah, well,
Crockett.
look at slap you across your face, too. And you'll go, yeah, you might like it, though.
Jasmine Crockett was alienating the white male vote.
No, they wasn't.
Yes, she was.
She was telling the damn truth. Let me tell you something. Oh, crying. Oh, she was not talking to the white team. The white team had seen her up there in Congress fighting and going head to head with Donald Trump. Going head to head with Donald Trump. They don't like that.
No.
They don't like that. You know what they want? They, yes, master. That's what they want.
Well, let me just say it this way, gangster. I've said this before that we on the left don't like the antics of Trump. And the only way America's going to move forward and unite is not to replace somebody like Trump with somebody else on the left that does the same thing. It's kind of Nikki Haley.
Shut up.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, hang on. What Nikki Haley said when running for president probably hits home. She said we cannot replace the chaos with Trump, or better yet, the chaos with Biden with the chaos of Trump.
So you want people to sit down and say, yes, master, and let him destroy the fucking United States? She's fighting. That's why he didn't like her, because she was going toe-to-toe with him. She'll say, no, we're not going to do that. She had her proof. She kept the receipts and knocked them every damn time they said something. She knocked them out. Hey, Kai, whatever the fuck you just said, that fucking white team, a fucking hoochie, the fucking cockroach from hell. You know what? She didn't bring receipts. She didn't. So you got that's typical ass snow ninja.
Well,
you wanna be so on that white tea woman, her coochie that looks like fucking God.
Why do you keep talking about Melania Trump looks fine nude, but
God, like I said, I'm straight lesbian, but chocolate all day.
well in the
Never
comments, Clinton says Jasmine Crockett doesn't even know the meaning of the word illegal.
Okay, let me break this shit down to you. You want to get the truth about illegal? The only ones who were illegal that came to the United States was the white tea man. Nobody's illegal on stolen land. United States still paying right now the natives their money for their stolen land because they fucked up the treaties.
America's civilized, the wealthiest country on earth. You think the natives would have done that on their own if the white man didn't come here?
The natives didn't want a white king man to come over there, grape them, and give them syphilis and shit, and then give black people syphilis. They minded their own damn business till the white tea colonizers came and did the shit. What's civilized? You think the white tea man's civilized? They're the ones that grape our women. That's civilized? The ones that are going right now, and it's in the office right now, that's bombing kids over there, that's civilized? Okay?
It can
the
be
ones that don't grape that, they have sex with their own damn people in their family. That's civilized?
It can be rough at
yeah,
times.
that's civilized.
I gotta move it on, but sometimes civilization takes a little bit of rough around the edges to get there. I gotta move it on, gangster.
Let me tell you one thing, Tim. I'll never, like you, will never bow down to the fucking white tea man, suck on their asses and kiss their ass. I come straight the fuck forward. I am pro-black to the end until I die. And let me tell you something. You need to start knowing where you came from and quit kissing the white tea man's ass. How about that, buddy?
There's no kissing of ass. Thank you for coming through. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 55,000. She did what Biden says, Ash. Pro-black, LOL, says Shauna Morris. Bama landscaper, even at the $104, it's half of 85. Shit, now my last caller, yes or no in the comments. I'm thinking most of you guys are going to say no to this, but my last caller said that she could see gas reaching $8 per gallon on average in America, not just California or some of these super expensive states. But the average cost of gas being $8 a gallon. Is there anyone? Yes, if you could see that happening under Trump. Is there anybody that believes that? You show up to a gas station and it says $8? That's insane. You think Trump will let us get in peril like that? $8 a gallon? It's under $90 it's under $90 a barrel right now. $8 a gallon seems awfully extreme. I mean, that would literally put the nation to its knees. Under current salaries and things like that in this country, $8 a gallon. I mean, think about how much it would cost to purchase stuff, because everything we buy is either shipped on trains or trucks. So if the price for fuel for trucks and trains multiplied, I guess, by 3 point some percent, because gas was on average. Didn't Trump at the State of the Union 2 weeks ago tomorrow, boasting about the price of gas, say that gas was only $2.20 a gallon or something like that? AAA fact checked him and said it was like $2.37. That was the lowest state for gas prices was Oklahoma, and it was at $2.37. So Trump said that the average in the nation was $2.20. So he didn't get that right. The average was about $2.40, $2.50. But whatever the case may be, the average now is over $3. So since the State of the Union address, the average price for gas has almost increased $1. So you're talking about this almost, it went from $2.50 to damn near $3.50. I don't know what percentage increase that is, but it's big. It's almost half. That's almost 50% increase. So it's big. But anyway, $8 on average seems insane. I mean, like I said, if the price of fuel goes up 3 times in cost, can you imagine the shit you buy at the grocery store and stuff you order from Amazon and stuff multiplying, now it costs twice, 3 times as much as it was costing. You're obviously not going to get that kind of pay raise from your job. So that would put America to its knees. That would really hurt us badly if it comes anywhere near what Gangsta Grandma was saying. Anyway, moving on with the show, and I see a lot of folks in the comments. Some said no, but oddly enough, a lot of you folks looking at my comments, a lot of folks, I see CGOG Kushers, I can't call it. A lot of you folks do believe we could see $8 gas under Trump. There goes that great economy, huh? If it ever hits that, that's insane. That would be insane. I don't think Trump will let gas get to $8. We may have to start another fucking war to prevent that. Who else got some gas we could steal? I mean, Venezuelans is giving us who else would we have to go to war? We can't let it be $8 a gallon. We got to make up an excuse to attack somebody. Anyway, look at in the comments. What about Russia helping Iran, Ukraine help in America? Well, I mean, can you blame Russia? If they're attacking Iran and we're helping, I mean, if they're attacking Ukraine, rather, if Russia attacks Ukraine, America's giving Ukraine surveillance, giving them a ton of weapons. Now, this started under Biden, but I do believe the Trump administration has helped the Ukrainians a little bit. So we're providing all sorts of assistance to a nation they attacked. So we now have attacked Iran, just like they attacked the Ukraine for their various reasons. We attacked Iran for various reasons. Can you blame Russia for helping out the Iranians? Same shit. We would do it. We absolutely would do it. So Russia is getting a little bit of payback. I can believe that. Looking in the comments, I think we are fucked, says 916. Here's what I don't favor. Tap the screen, get us on up to 60,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap goal. You guys know what I always ask. Help support the program. TikTok cap, hat and mustache. Show your boy some love. I don't believe, because right now the Trump administration is suggesting that they want regime change in Iran. They were hesitant to admit it at first, but now it's out in the open, and Trump has come out and stated that whoever they put in there, they need to actually have Trump in on the conversation. So Trump wants in on whoever replaces the Ayatollah in Iran. But the whole claim is we're not going to put boots on the ground. My personal analysis, unless you can come up here and disagree with me. I don't mind a healthy sparring, healthy back and forth, but I don't think we can replace a leader of a nation without putting boots on the ground. I mean, there's no way you're going to just bomb them from the air, make threats, and get them to impose a leader that you want. You're going to have people on the ground affecting change. We had to do it in Afghanistan to get rid of the Taliban. Hell, we had to do it in Venezuela to get rid of Maduro. We actually put boots on the ground to do that. And Venezuela was a pushover compared to Iran. So I don't see at all how it's possible to get rid of the leadership in Iran and put in somebody that we want, because that's what Trump is saying. He has to be in on the conversation. You're going to have to put boots on the ground for that. I just don't see any other way. So either Trump is going to fail in meeting his objective, or we're going to put boots on the ground. Now, going to the box shortly, get us up to 60,000. I will say this. Trump can fail to meet his objective without failing to meet his objective. Remember, he wanted Greenland. He made it clear we needed Greenland for security and things like that. He has failed to meet that. He didn't admit failure. He just came back saying that we made a great deal with Greenland. A deal that you'll never hear about. A deal that you'll never hear parameters about. Because the truth is we didn't make a deal with Greenland. I've had callers on the program from Greenland. They're like, we don't know what the deal is either. There was no deal with Greenland made. That's how you deal with failure without acknowledging it. Just tell the people we did something. No, we didn't make a deal with Greenland. Okay, if we made a deal with Greenland, what do we get out of it? You haven't heard anything. You ever heard Trump bragging about anything we got from Greenland? But he backed down, and that's what he told. Well, we made a great deal with them. We didn't make a deal with Greenland. We didn't expect other NATO member nations to stand up and fight as much for a country with only 50-some thousand people as they did. They literally stood up and backed Trump down. It was super unpopular. So as opposed to admitting that it didn't go well, we made a deal with him. Anyway, in the comments, Pope says, you talk about Joe Biden as much as MAGA. Really? You think so? Anyway, let me go back to the box. Trump is doing a great job, says Diamos. I would have to know what your parameters are on doing a great job. Epstein, the economy. We're currently at war. I mean, what is he? Where is the great job at? He secured the border. I'll give him credit for that. But out of all of his campaign promises, America first, where's the great job at? Now, that's not to say in 2.5 years that he has left, He may not turn things around significantly, and it then come out as a president who did a great job. But to say that right now, what is that based on? Real quick in the comments, are we at 60,000? No, go mention job loss and UE is way. Yeah, the unemployment is way up. Yeah, the job loss is terrible under Trump. It's terrible. Great job. What is the great? I mean, we're divided in this nation. We don't get along with it. Great job in what? What are the parameters to walk away right now saying that Trump is doing a great job? What are you judging them based on? I don't get that one at all. Secure the border. We're secure the border of the whole gender craziness. Put insulin in cheap. Securing the border is something Trump deserves credit for. I'm not going to deny that. The whole transgender craziness, I don't know. I won't say it's a participation trophy because he did protect the integrity of women's sports and things like that. But I guess the point, I guess the best thing I would say is he did something that affects nobody. I doubt if any of my viewers on here right now, between the platforms, I got over 1,000 viewers. I doubt if anybody watching right now has anybody in their family that was playing against a biological male in women's sports. He did something that affects nobody. You're giving him, you say he's doing a great job. You're giving him credit for something that literally, that didn't bring down the price of groceries. That didn't make your life, that does nothing for you. The stuff he did to address the transgender community does zero to better your life. I don't get that. But you said put insulin cheap. For the diabetics, that's a good thing. But you got to put more meat on the sandwich than that. I ask you, what has he done that's so great so far? Reduced the price of insulin, secured the border, and got transgender under control. That's all you can come up with? That's pretty mild in my opinion. People forget we have 2 borders and tunnels. What makes you think they're closed? Because I don't believe that a lot of immigrants even want to come to America right now. We're treating immigrants so bad. I think the number of immigrants that want to come here, certainly when it comes to coming here illegally, is way down. I think that even if there was a tunnel, a lot of immigrants will say, fuck it, it ain't even worth it, because if they catch me, I may be detained indefinitely or whatever. So I don't believe that the border is problematic anywhere near as much under Trump as it was under Biden, because the deterrents are everywhere. I mean, they're seeing how we're separating families, and they're hearing stories of people dying in ISIS custody and things like that. We got a police force roaming the country with masks and shit on. That ain't the America you wanted to come to seek opportunities. America is not that country anymore. It's not the country you can come to as an immigrant and better yourself. It's the country you can come to as an immigrant that you might find they hate you. It's not the same country anymore. So I don't believe that a bunch of them are still trying to come here like that. MAGA Reacts, good evening. Welcome to the program. I hate that which don't love me. I don't quite get what you're saying there, and I don't understand why it's not letting me bring up MAGA. MAGA, good evening.
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know. We're still at war, and I don't know why. What say you?
Well, first of all, I want to talk about this oil thing. The oil prices are already back down to 85. They peaked to like 110 for a second, but they're already back down to like actually 83. I mean, they're going. It's being traded, so it's going up and down. And then
wait, going up and down. Wait. You say going up and down during Trump's State of the Union address? That's only 2 weeks ago tomorrow, so 13 days. You're saying the prices are going back down to what they were 13 days ago?
No, we're not there yet, but we'll get there eventually, because this is just temporary because of the war. As soon as
but we don't know when the war is going to end. We don't know when this is going to end. This could go a couple of days or a couple of years.
Has nothing to do with when the war is going to end. The war could keep going. It has to do when the straits are whatever that.
The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, they have to just secure it. They have to make sure that no one can get anywhere near it to shoot rockets or drones at the ships. So as soon as the ships feel safe, and as soon as they prove it's safe, they're going to get oil moving, or they could find alternate routes to get that oil out of there. As soon as they do that, we'll be fine.
Well, I disagree with the alternate routes will be fine theory, because They use the Strait of Hormuz because it's the shortest path. If they had to find an alternate route, which means going all the way around all of that, it's going to cost a lot more money to make that trip, and they're going to pass that on to us, so we're not fine.
Well, again, that oil mostly goes to China, so really it has less to do with us. It has more to do with China and Europe. But either way, I think the waterway itself is going to get secured. I think they're going to finally find out all the places they're shooting rockets from and secure it.
Well, they're not just shooting rockets. What they're doing is they're putting in little small boats that have explosives on them, and they can pull up next to one of those tankers and blow it up. I mean, stopping something like that in a big-ass strait is going to prove challenging because our Navy vessels can't do that alone.
I think U.S. can do it. I mean, we're very good at doing shit like this. And then the other reason, like, California prices are so high is Valero, the gas company, they literally spent $1 billion to close one of their refineries. Because of all the regulation in California, it was cheaper for them to pay $1 billion to close their refinery and leave California than continue to deal with all the bullshit. And now Chevron today threatened to close 2 more. And then the thing with California is they use special gas, so their refineries are only for
hold on 1 second. While you're talking, because I always have the news behind me, News Nation has a ticker that says breaking news, and it says Trump may not be a friendly Cuba takeover. He's speaking right now, talking about taking over Cuba. What the hell?
I mean, Cuba has a lot to do with Venezuela, and Marco.
How does this not sound like the early rise of Hitler? Just making up excuses to take countries over. How does this not sound like that?
Well, these are all countries that have been a pain in our ass since the 50s, the 60s.
That's what Hitler said. That's the same thing he said. They've been a pain in our ass. That's how it happens. You make up reasons to do it.
Look, you can say the Hitler word all you want. Trump is not Hitler. He'll never be Hitler.
I didn't say he was Hitler. I'm saying this is very Hitler-like, though. He's coming up with reasons to constantly. I mean, what happened to America first? Why the hell is all this international shit happening?
Because these countries have been a big problem for America for pretty much my entire lifetime.
But they were.
Cuba's always been a problem. Venezuela, more recently, has been a problem.
These questions, I mean, these countries were a problem for us when he was promising to be America first. Why make the promise if you got all this shit on your plate?
It is good for America to fix these problems. We want a safe world. A safe world means America's safe.
No, it's going to make America a terrorist target. And in the comments, somebody says you're watching CNN. No, I'm watching Trump. Trump is on TV saying this. It doesn't matter what channel you're on. He's actually on TV saying it right now.
I mean, also, for the record, I'm not for any of these wars. I think they're huge gambles, and I hope they turn out well. I'm not like these other fucking callers rooting for fucking Iran to win, rooting that they killed more people.
Travelman, thank you. Now, Mike, by the way, let me let you guys know this. I'm back from vacation.
Did I miss a galaxy?
Yes, if someone sends in a galaxy, they can actually come up if they hear it. Hold on, hang on. Let me explain it for folks who don't know. If someone sends a galaxy, they can actually come up if they hear another panelist talking bullshit. We'll bring you up and give you 10 minutes to set that panelist straight. That is what is taking place. Mike the Boss, good evening.
You gotta give it to him at the end, and not in the
I'm giving it to him right now, goddammit. He wants to talk to you. Mike, go ahead.
My time.
We'll make that happen. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, what's going on, Tim? Hey, so MAGA react. So there is no other route. That's why the Strait of Hormuz has been so important. We get more than oil from there. Do you understand that?
Okay. I agree with all that. I'm not. What is there to disagree against? I said it needs to be secured, and when it's secured, the oil price is going to go down.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad you said that. Because if the oil companies cannot get insurance, or they will not insure those oil tankers, and those oil tankers don't move, does the price of oil go up the longer they sit there, or down?
Obviously, it's going to go up, but Trump already said he's going to insure those companies himself.
Right.
How can he do that?
He said he's $20 billion to secure, to provide insurance for those oil tankers that come out of there. But my question is this, and this is how I know you don't really
But
know.
you only pay out insurance if something bad happens.
No, you pay the
You
insurance.
pay out the premiums.
It's the premium. It's
No,
not
he says he was going to insure the ships himself. He's not paying their premiums. He's going to insure the ship himself. That means he only pays out if something bad happens. That's how insurance works.
You're not listening. You have to pay for the policy, yes?
No, but he is going to be the insurance company. So if they want to pay for the policy, but most likely he's only going to pay if something bad happens.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You got to pay for the policy.
Let me just say this real quick. Hold on. Let me just say this real quick.
I will insure them. That makes
Wait. Hold on. Maga reaction.
He gets paid.
I understand what you're saying, Maga, but here's the problem. How can the president do that by himself? Offer to secure billions of dollars worth of cargo ships. Doesn't Congress control the purse? How can he make a commitment like that by himself?
I mean, I don't think he's even going to get to that. I think that he's going to secure it. They're going to feel safe, and they're just going to start doing their thing.
Maybe so, but he can't offer that. I mean, listen, if you're one of the owners of these cargo ships,
Plus, this is national security. We need the oil.
No, you can't just throw. Look, it wasn't national security until you let him get us in the war by himself. Now you're gonna let him play insurance man too?
I mean, that's actually one of the smartest things because he'll probably make money doing this.
Actually, let me. I don't want you to sit here and just gallop my time. Maga reacts. I paid for this ass whooping. Listen.
All right, well, use it on something good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, because perfect. You don't know what you're talking about in the straight up from news. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. These oil execs are not going to move tankers through there until they quote unquote feel like their cargo is safe. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's exactly what I said.
Okay, perfect. So how do they determine how they feel about safety? See, here's the problem with your logic and Trump's logic, because he didn't plan for this. If they can double their profits without moving an oil tanker, are they in a rush to move oil tankers?
I mean, that doesn't seem to be a priority for them.
Can you answer my question?
That's a great question he's asking you, Maga. That is a great question.
Can you answer my question, Maga?
I don't know. I don't know what
How would you not know that? How would you not?
I think the government could force them to just move their shit, especially if they could prove that the strait is safe.
How? They have to, again, it's a feeling, like you said.
It's something that Trump has to figure it out, and I trust him to figure it out. I mean, I trust the U.S. military to be able to secure a small piece of water. I have faith in the U.S. military. It's not even Trump.
Okay, cool. I don't, you do, cool. Let's move forward.
You have no faith in the military?
Okay, I have no faith in.
No, he has no faith in who's he has no faith in he has no faith in who's controlling the U.S. military.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's our military. We have the best of the best, and
but here's the thing.
For this our entire fucking life.
Listen, Maga reacts. You can have the fastest and best car, but if the driver doesn't know what they're doing, the car is useless. So now let's move
Trump's
forward.
Not even the driver.
He is. He is. And in the comments, hold on, gentlemen.
The owner of the Heat doesn't fucking.
Yeah, he's the driver. In the comments, he's the driver. Without Trump, we're not in Iran. Denkow says, hold on. He says, didn't he just say the oil is for China? Then why the hell would he insure it? That's a great question.
Exactly. That's where I'm going with this. If Maga will stop, just answer the question. But I know he doesn't know this stuff. Here's the thing. And by the way, before we go too far, Maga reacts. My nephew got his orders. He's in the Navy. He leaves in 2 weeks. So I don't want to hear shit about this bullshit that you guys voted for that they told you they were going to do. See, I have to receive my nephew's car at my house here in California while he's going off for this stupid ass war that we didn't need to be in. So let's just be clear.
Listen, I agree with you there. We didn't need to be in this war.
Okay, cool. So let's not justify something that doesn't need to happen. But let's get back to this real quick.
I'm just saying the American military could do this shit.
Again, but what you're trying to say, I have faith in the soldiers, I have faith in the technology. But if the driver is incompetent and we have a cacostocracy, that's why he's saying what he's saying today.
But because Trump is not the driver, though.
What did Maga react? He is. He's the president of the United States.
He's the coach.
If this was Obama, if this was Obama or Biden, I'd be saying the same thing. Now let me finish my point.
He wouldn't be the driver. They wouldn't be the driver either.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But anyway,
no, they're not.
Let's pass that.
Wait. Hold on. MAGA.
They're the owner of the team.
So
They're the
according
coach.
to you, MAGA, then so Bush should not get blamed for the Iraq War, then, right?
No, because he decided to do it, but he doesn't get blamed for like specific performance.
So who's responsible for the Iraq War?
He's not there.
Who's
doing
responsible for the Iraq War? Who do you blame for it?
No, I do blame Bush for taking us there.
So then
But,
you blame.
we're
So
talking
then
about-
you blame Trump for
We're
what's going
talking
on in
about the
Iran.
ability of the military to do its job.
Mike,
Okay.
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay,
We're
okay.
not
So
talking
listen.
about.
So, okay, MAGA react. So listen. I've been listening to you time and time again, and you're wrong. The idea that these companies are going, listen, they're profit based. If Trump gave them a built-in reason to double the oil, and now you have faith in Trump. I'm looking at the
I have
stats.
faith in our military.
No, hold on. Because all he has to do is say this thing is over and everybody can come back home. Do you agree?
I don't know if Iran would be cool with that.
No, that's not what I asked you. Donald Trump could bring everybody back home right now if he wanted to, right?
Nah, if Iran doesn't let him, Iran has to agree to.
What the hell?
What do you mean? If he leaves, they could keep bombing those same ships. How does that end the conflict?
They weren't doing any of that before we took our ass over there. There was not an attack on a vessel in the Strait of Hormuz before we went over there. Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with you in that part.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
now that it's fucking done, it's done, and I'm not rooting for Iran. I'm rooting for the military to succeed.
But we can't move past that. But not for our actions, this wouldn't be happening. You just said that.
I agree with you, but
okay, so we're there behind the line.
It takes two to end the conflict.
Let me interrupt real quick,
You
Mike.
think if we leave, Iran is just going to stop?
Yeah, Mike, let me
They're not gonna
interrupt.
keep blowing up shit.
Now, when you say you don't believe that the president is in control of the military, so when during the Biden administration, when we lost 13 service personnel through that evacuation, you didn't blame Biden for that. You blamed the military for that, right?
I blamed not the military, the generals, whoever.
But you didn't blame Biden for it at all, right?
Perfectly secure airport.
So you didn't blame Biden for it at all, then.
And whoever decided to let fucking Taliban just take over the place without shooting a single shot.
Yeah, he's not answering the question. Yeah, so you didn't blame Biden at all for it, right?
No, I mean, I did blame Biden, but I also blamed whoever the.
All right, then. So we're also blaming Trump then for Iran.
No, I do blame him for Iran. I'm also saying that the military could still secure that piece of water.
Okay.
Do you understand? But see, here's the part. Now, another thing that Tim, you asked earlier, and I want a direct answer from you, MAGA Reacts. Do you believe that the U.S. is responsible for boom boom in that school?
I don't know. I want to say yes, because what it was is they're trying to blow up this military base. The military base has 4 buildings, and it looks like they missed one building and hit, like, the school and the extra building are like right next to each other, and it looked like instead of hitting that 4th building, the school got hit instead by accident, or it seems to be like a fucking mistake on their part.
On our part.
Because there was 4 buildings next to each other.
Yes.
Instead of blowing up the 4 ones in the base, they missed one, and the school got hit instead.
Right. So, and I agree with you. I believe that the U.S. military did that. I would never say they did it intentionally, because 200 feet, 200 yards between 2 buildings and in the middle of conflict is possible. Why won't they come out and just say that?
Well, they got to investigate it first.
Well, now I'm glad you said that, because see, here you go with the fuckery again. You just said what you just said. Why can't they come to the conclusion you came to? Because in order for it to be the reverse, then either one or 2 things happen, and these are the only 2 options. They fired at the school themselves intentionally, which would be very risky next to their military base with a lot of munitions, right? Or it fired from that military base, but rockets don't go straight up and come straight back down.
No, like what they have to investigate, was this a failure in intelligence? Was this a failure in coordinates? Who made the mistake? Was the missile kind of intercepted, and that's why it missed the one building and hit the one next to it? What was the cause of this? There's a lot to investigate.
Did you see the video?
Just do off a 2-second video.
Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Did we say it was hit by a Tomahawk missile?
I don't know if we said
Yes,
that, but
yes,
the video
yes,
makes it look
yes.
like that. Yeah.
The
Yes,
video
Tomahawk
makes it
missile.
look like
Does
that.
anyone else
I
have
don't know if
those?
it's the Tomahawk or what.
Does anyone else have those?
I mean, Iran has missiles. I
They don't
know
have
if that's
Tomahawks.
specifically a Tomahawk. Or
They
not.
don't have Tomahawks. So it was identified as a Tomahawk missile. They don't have Tomahawks.
Actually, you know, the missile in the video hit one of the other buildings. It wasn't
That's
the
not
one
what
that
that's
specifically
not what
hit
I'm
the
asking.
school.
Hey, can you stay on the field? if
I'm
you're
just
going in
giving you all
parking
the
lot?
facts.
Yeah. Again, it was a Tomahawk missile. They don't have those.
Okay. All right.
Right.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
I
don't
think
know if it's a Tomahawk or what, but we'll find out.
I think you and Mike, I think both agree on this, and that is likely that we either hit that intentionally or accidentally. And Trump is on TV saying, based on what he's seen, Iran did it. MAGA, do you believe that?
I don't know if it's one of their missiles. Maybe I don't know. Probably not, because they would have to know when they're going to hit the base and fucking fire a missile at the same time.
So
at the school.
based on what you're saying, you
I don't
believe
think Iran did it.
So based on what you're saying, you believe at least a little that Trump is likely lying. You're not sure about it.
Yeah, he lies all the time. I'm not
About
fucking
killing
saying-
150 girls or whatever the hell it is. He lies about that kind of stuff.
Well, he didn't try to. It wasn't like
He didn't try to lie.
He didn't try to kill them.
All right, I'll give you Mike. I'll give you the last. I got to talk to him a little bit, but I'll give you the last word, Mike, to wrap it up. Go ahead.
Let's go like this: for like as many missiles as we fired, to only have like 1,000 people dead. That's fucking.
Hold on, Maggie. Last question, and I'm gonna go and he can finish talking to you about whatever fucker you're talking about. If you're willing to admit that it was probably an accident and that we unalived these girls, and you were like, probably he lies all the time, couldn't he be lying about all the other girls in the E-files?
No, what does one have to do with the other?
He's a liar. That's what it has to do with it. His credibility is ruined.
We're all fucking liars. Tim, I think you lie more than
Hey, Tim, you can let me,
you and Mike
you can let me down.
All right, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, this is
because you lied about that.
well. What I'm telling you,
Fucking gangster grandma, everything she says is a fucking lie. Does that make her a fucking pedophile too?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you are,
She just said she
no,
lost
you didn't hear what I said.
That means she was a 350-pound dominatrix.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you can show that he lies about big topics like this, like a war where 150 people, if you're willing to lie about killing 100 and some people, what else won't you lie about? That would ruin your credibility, is what we're saying.
But everybody lies, Tim. You're on here lying.
Nobody lies about shit like that. That's a huge lie. That ain't the same as.
How many of us have to lie about shit like that? Who the hell is asked questions like that? How many times were you asked if you blew up a school with 150 fucking kids?
Well, I don't put myself in. Fortunately for Obama and some of them, they don't put themselves in a situation where that can happen. They don't do stuff like that. He's the one
I'm
that.
sure Obama and I know Biden was when he blew up that guy.
I don't even think, even with the Iraq War, I don't even think Bush was known as somebody who lies all the time. We believe he lied about the war, but I don't even think Bush was known as somebody who lies all the time. Trump has that.
Ask questions like this, and he wouldn't answer questions like this.
No. Trump actually goes on.
Bush wasn't in front of TV.
It ain't got nothing to do with being in front of TV. Trump will go and make his own media appearance, whether it's on social media or whether it's at a rally or something, and just tell a bunch of lies. Bush could have done that. Bush could have held a rally and just got on stage and lied about a bunch of shit. Trump does that on his own.
Listen, they're all not necessarily lies.
What does that mean?
He says it's a lie, then you lie your ass off too, because you make just as many mistakes on here as he does. You're on here not as much as him, but you're on here enough, and you say a bunch of shit that ends up being lies anyway. So
give me some examples. Give me some examples.
Well, you just were talking about how oil hit 104, and I looked it up. It was 85.
I did not say that. I didn't personally say oil has hit 104. I never said that.
I don't know, but I just can't think of anything better.
I know you can't, because it ain't true. I know you
I don't have it written down. You have like a whole list, and you have videos prepped and shit.
I lie all the time, but you can't come up with one. And I do it all the time.
Second person up here. If I had a whole fucking show of writing notes about all the lies you say, I would have that covered.
You can't come up with
The
one.
gas prices going up. The gas prices are only going up in like California because of those refineries closing.
Okay, well,
that's what I was talking about when he fucking interrupted.
Okay. Allow the time, but he can't come up with one. Kevin Walker agrees with you though. He says, "True, you do be lying." In the comments, Denkel says he doesn't understand how accurate.
I don't think you're trying to lie either.
Okay. No, I think Trump is trying to lie. When he says, based on what I've been seeing, Iran has done it. You see how Pete Hegseth acted? Hegseth clearly ain't seen the same shit, even though as Secretary of War, he should have been the first one to see it. Notice Pete Hegseth, when they asked him, is that true? He didn't back up Trump's shit. He didn't say based on what we're seeing. No, he said it's under investigation. He was way milder than what Trump said. So that shows you that what Trump said ain't true. His own Secretary of War didn't back it up.
I agree with you. I'm not fucking debating that. I came up here to talk about gas prices.
Okay. Well,
about how California, no matter what, is going to go up in gas prices. Chevron is about to, it's just threatened if they pass this new regulation that they're going to close down 2 more refineries. Okay. And California, like their gas only is refined in California. They can't import gas from Texas because they have all these rules. So they only have California gas.
Well, let's be clear. You're going to have a hell of a lot more people kept complaining about gas than just in California. MAGA, I got to move it on. But he said, Denkel says you don't understand. Hold on. Denkel says you don't understand how accurate tomahawks are. So he's saying that those weapons hitting schools shouldn't be done unless it's somewhat intentional.
We'll find out. But
no,
like I said, I mean, most of the shit that he said, I agree with him with. I just don't want to fucking say anything until I know for sure.
You ain't gonna know.
I trust in the U.S. military to secure that fucking the Strait of Hormuz or whatever, and it's gonna be secure. Oil's gonna flow, and we'll blow up the fucking country. We'll blow up all of Iran with a nuke before we let gas prices go higher.
Finally, something you said that unfortunately I believe might be true under the Trump administration. MAGA, thanks for coming through. I got to move on.
Let that gas price go up.
Later. No, I don't believe it. Well, it's doing it right now, but I don't listen. The idea that gas could go up to $8 a gallon, as Gangsta Grandma was saying earlier, is frightening. I want that to be wrong. In the comments, Mr. Loco says Iran found tremendous gold reserves last year. Also, antimony sources, huge oil reserves. That could be the reason. Could be. Host, you keep talking about the school, and IRG has said they hit the school. I haven't heard that. Who actually came out and admitted that they hit the school? I have not heard that at all. Has anybody else heard that IRG has confessed to hitting the school? I don't believe that. How many times in this how many times in this country's history has the government lied to its people? Plenty. But pointing to bad behavior from person B is not a defense for person A. So if Trump is caught telling a lie, well, you know, Biden and Obama used to tell lies too. That's not a defense. Snitching is not a defense for your own criminality or bad behavior. And that is what often a lot of Trump supporters try to do, is they try, Epstein, well, Obama didn't release it or Biden didn't release it. That's not a defense for Trump not releasing it. Pointing to other folks' actions is not a defense when you're being questioned about your actions. Anyway, looking in the comments, I need you guys to tap the screen, get us over the 100,000 hump. Help your boy out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap goal. And if you're watching on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. We're here most weekdays. We are MAGA friendly, always have been MAGA friendly, always will be MAGA friendly. This is a free speech program. Thank you, Travelman and C. Osby. Yeah! We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You can be critical of anyone on this program, including yours truly. If you like free speech from all sides of the aisle, our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q, then you're in the right place. You favor that? You happen to be watching us currently live on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. And I need my YouTube viewers, smash that like button, helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. That's where a large portion of my MAGA audience is. So smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. I noticed idiots that backed the libtards, and libtards didn't bitch about 4 years of high gas prices. Trump won 77 million votes or whatever it was. You think some of them folks were not formerly Biden voters that were pissed off about gas prices, Daniel? You're saying the libtards didn't bitch about 4 years of high gas prices. That ain't true. That is not true. When Biden's economy failed, there's a lot of people that previously voted for Biden that switched over because they thought Trump would be better at handling the economy. So I don't believe in the notion that they weren't bitching about it. Chances are you were watching right-wing media, so you didn't hear it. I mean, but the left was bitching about Biden's economy. I was. I'll tell you that. I was. That's why a hell of a lot of my audience was more MAGA than it is now, because I was all over Biden's economy and the border. I was all over it. Anyway, looking in the comments, and it was said Trump's not on the list, but Pam said, you didn't ask this to Biden or Obama. You just want to get Trump. Like, wait, what? Look, as far as the list is concerned, just the sheer level of evasive and secrecy from Trump has kind of brought on the accusations against him in its own right. Even if Trump is 100% honest, 100% innocent, rather, of anything regarding Epstein, his actions. You ever seen the police pull somebody over? Person doesn't want to cooperate. No, you can't search my car and all. And the first thing the police says, you acting guilty. Now, we can see that clear as day when it's one of these African-American suspects that end up getting shot or something because he was acting guilty, and you understand how the police acted like that. You don't understand why people think that Trump is guilty based on his actions? Stated early in his term that we need to stop talking about Epstein and all of that. He's acting guilty. That's all I'm saying. Even if he's 100% innocent, he is acting guilty. So much so that the only defense for President Trump by MAGA is to point to somebody else who did something. He's acting guilty. It's undeniable. He is acting like a guilty party in that. Anyway, let me go ahead and get back to the box. And by the way, has he even acknowledged the victims of Epstein? Has he said anything about them at all? You know, he did all this shit for Erica Kirk with her. Has he called any of them? Anything at all? Has he mentioned them? So, yeah, he's acting guilty. That's all we're saying. He's acting guilty. Releasing the Epstein files with pieces missing here and pieces missing there and he's acting guilty. Even if he's 100% innocent, he is acting guilty. And I see in the comments, that 16 says, hell no, because he is guilty. But I'm just simply saying, whether he's guilty or not, he hasn't had his day in court. But I think it's safe to say he is at least acting guilty. Going back to the box, and I do want to thank somebody who just sent me that hat and mustache. Thank you for supporting the program, even though TikTok is not showing me that. And you guys can share the live if you will. Let me go back to the box. Tap that like button, get us on up over the 100,000 hump. We'll make it happen with Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the program. Am I wrong to say that Trump is acting guilty?
Bro, when you're guilty, you don't have to act guilty. Shit just oozes out of your pores.
What else do you think? You make it sound like he's guilty of every damn thing. King Finn, appreciate that. So, let's get into the actual topic, though. We weren't really talking about Epstein. Why the hell is this man? Why are we in Iran? What is this man doing? Because now he's talking about Cuba may fall next.
Do anybody really know why we're there? I mean, he besides the regime change, if you remember,
Big dog.
The first thing they said was that well, of course, the first thing he said was a lie, because he said they were within weeks of obtaining a ICBM.
No, actually, Big Dog, appreciate that. The first thing he said was that protesters were being executed. That was, he had drew a line in the sand. He said that if they shot anybody else, he was going to start dropping bombs. So protesters was first. The development of nuclear weapons is something that every president has been saying since the late 70s.
Yeah, but the ICBM is the new one.
Yeah.
Now they said they were close to developing an ICBM that could reach the U.S. and that was a lie. As per DIA report from 2025, that said it would be 2035 at the earliest before they would even, because you got to have a re-entry vehicle.
Yeah.
To
prevent it from burning up. To prevent it from burning up, basically.
Yeah, they say they're at least 10 years from that. They probably further now since they bombed the hell out of them.
Well,
So,
Trump said their whole program had been quote unquote obliterated. Brandon, thank
that's
you.
what he said in June.
Yeah, last June.
But he's a liar. Look here, man. You elect a pathological liar, you get lies. You elect a clown, you get a clown show. Cash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Gnome, Pam Bondi. Oh, don't even talk about RFK. They're all clowns.
Mm. Well, I got folks, Travelman. I still got folks. I was in a MAGA live earlier today. Some of you folks may have seen that, and they were.
Which one?
I forgot who. Somebody it had on there. Trump is the best president in history. So I wanted to talk to them just because of the page. And they're still saying that Trump is the best we've ever had. So despite all the things you're saying about Trump, there's still millions of people who think he's the best president to ever grace this nation.
So what do I always say? There's a severe case of head up Trump's ass syndrome going around the country. Don't I always say that?
Yeah.
I've been saying it since he got there.
Yeah, I would have to suggest that believing that Trump, at least this far in his term, he has 2.5 years. He could turn out to be the best ever, but so far what we've seen, to look at that and come back with the notion that he's the best ever, to me, that is what TDS should be. That's what Trump derangement should be.
You know what Trump is? Trump is a fuck up. That's what he is.
Well, he's done a few good things, right? Has he not?
He's a fuck up. He bankrupted casinos. His father had to come to one of the casinos and buy $2 or $3 million worth of chips. He got in trouble with the gambling commission or whatever the hell they called up in New Jersey. How many companies, they like to talk about his businesses or whatever. Mm-hmm. How many businesses has he started that actually went under?
Well, I couldn't answer that, but I will say this.
A lot.
I'm assuming he started a lot of businesses that have been successful too, though.
Trump Steaks.
Yeah, Trump Steaks, Trump University.
Okay.
Trump Casinos. He's had businesses that failed, but his golf courses, some of his hotels have done very well.
Some of them have lost money also.
Okay,
but see, let's not. Come on, bro.
Well, let's be clear. You take somebody like Mark Cuban. He's a big time businessman as well.
He's not even in the same. Trump not even in that league.
No, but the point I'm making is I'm sure some of his businesses has failed. I mean, any businessman that's involved in so many different things, some of those businesses are going to go belly up.
Not to the extent that Trump's had. Okay, did Mark Cuban, did his charity foundation get banned and get disbanded?
Did his what foundation?
His charity foundation.
No, well, Trump is
like the Trump Foundation, right? The Trump Foundation, because everybody always holler about Hillary in the Clintons or whatever, mm-hmm. right? And so they had an investigation. They investigated the Clinton Foundation. They investigated the Trump Foundation, and what happened? Trump Foundation ended up getting shut down.
Well, yeah, in his Trump University, he got sued for. I mean, he plays a little dirtier. Anybody
else would be that would be classified as a fuck up.
Yeah.
You don't agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. That is a fuck up. I mean, look, Trump, just like with Michael Cohen, his fixer. How many businessmen have a fixer? I mean, he skirts the law. He plays dirtier than a lot of other businessmen. He's trying to get away with shit. So you are going to have more businesses fail when you're trying to cut corners and do all kinds of shady shit. So,
but he's also notoriously known for not paying people that do this work. He actually had companies that were damn bankrupt almost because he didn't pay them.
Yeah, handsome conservative.
That's one of the main reasons. That's one of the main reasons I didn't vote for him, because he's a pathological liar and he doesn't pay people that did work for him. And he's a Commandant Bone Spur. He's a freaking draft dodger. And check this out. Nobody in his freaking family has ever served in the military.
That's a bit unusual for a president. Most Americans can't really say they're generation after generation and nobody served. I mean that's a bit unusual. And handsome conservative, I do see you, but that's a bit unusual.
That used to be a thing back in the day. When the Kennedys and the Bushes and the McCains, and you had people from wealthy families that actually joined the military. It was part of their, they were going into politics or whatever, and that's what they did. But let's bring it up to down, man, because We just attacked a sovereign nation. Okay?
Yeah.
And people tend to forget 1975 started because of 1979 started because of us. Now we've done
You talking about the Iran hostage scandal? And I see in the comments somebody said President Trump is the best ever in my 63 years of living. Wow.
Well, you must have been smoking a lot of dope because you fucked up. So regime change, and we ended up with the Shah, which led us to 1979.
Right.
Okay, which also led to all this other upheaval and shit that occurred since then in the Middle East. So that's on us. So now we're gonna go in and do regime change again. And then what did I want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran. And what did Iran say? Fuck you. That's what they said. And they elected, they don't even normally do the nepotism thing, but they elected the dude's son, who is more of a hardliner than him.
What I don't get is why there is no significant. Now, we heard Marjorie Taylor Greene say this, and I mean, there's a few. I think Bobart may have said it, but why isn't MAGA really voicing a lot of concern over this? Is not America first. Americans as a whole are not going to benefit much by us spending time in Iran, just like we didn't benefit much by spending time in Iraq, Vietnam, or any of those other things. So this guy promised to be not like that anymore. Why do you think there's very little outcry from MAGA about the fact that Trump has completely deviated from America first to being international first?
So the Tea Party and QAnon fucked, and they spawned MAGA. So MAGA already coming out with a mental deficiency. All right. So anything Trump says or does, they're 100%, man. You saw a damn MAGA nutcase, whatever the name was that was just up here. They twist themselves in freaking pretzels, man, to justify what this dude does. Whether he's lying, that's not what he really meant. You know, they forever doing it. You cannot get around the fact that we damn went in and we're shooting down $20,000 drones with $1 million missiles.
Yeah,
Can't get around it.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. But but before you finish, in the comments, Loathe, I'm not going to be to pronounce all this. We'll just say Shirk Media says, I used to support Trump, but now he is a straight up chomo. Read the Epstein file. So some MAGA have backed off. That's a strong statement, by the way.
That's but see, he probably wasn't 100% MAGA though. He voted for it.
Yeah, he said I support. Yeah, he didn't say I was MAGA. He said I
support. Check this out, Tim. Okay. I did 20 years in the military. My uncle did 2 tours in Vietnam. He was a paratrooper. Okay. And I don't know, how old are you, Tim?
50 something. We'll say.
Okay, so you don't remember. Some of you guys might remember watching CBS or whatever news was on in the 60s and the early 70s, and we saw the people coming back from Nam.
Dead.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So in order to take over Iran or to force regime change in Iran, you're going to need boots on the ground. Okay.
So you agree with me? There is absolutely. Trump, by the way, just stated it. Just was while you were talking there. They put a ticker that he said that he's not happy with the new leadership in Iran. So he's made it clear he wants to take part in it. So you're agreeing with me that there's no way we're going to change their regime without putting boots on the ground.
At least 500,000.
Ooh.
That's what some of the generals were saying.
500, 500,000.
250 to 500K.
Ooh.
To you gotta remember, you got 90 million people in it. Iran is big, bro. It's not it would be very difficult. Not saying it can't be done, but it would be very difficult to launch an amphibious landing and come in from the sea. It can be done because the Marines do the undoable. That's what we do. Okay. Now it can be done, but you're talking about some serious. See what happened when the body bags start coming back, because that's what's going to happen. You know, this is not Iraq. You know, these guys have an army, about a million man army. And don't forget now, I don't know if you remember in the 80s, Iraq and Iran, they went at it for 8 years, bro.
And we sided with Iraq during that one, right?
Yeah. We did, yeah. And it was like a meat grinder, man. It was so many of them that got out alive. And you know what? They don't quit. They do not give up. They are very nationalistic. They're not Arabs. They're Persian. And they go back centuries. We kick their ass? Yeah, we will. Will we lose a lot of people? Yes, we will. No doubt about it.
But is it worth all of that for
Hell
America to do that?
Hell no. Well, okay, so they say, well, how we gonna tell countries what they can't do? You can't do. Not only can you not do a nuke, but you also can't do an ICBM. Okay, did you tell old Kim Jong over there? Cause he over there fucking up all the time. He got a nuke.
That probably would. Well,
you
you ask a good question. I will say that Kim Jong-un probably wouldn't have been able to get a nuke if it was Trump in office at the time. I mean, you see, Trump is significantly more aggressive than anything else we've had in the White House. I mean, this guy is literally going from one war to the next. He's only been in for a year, and literally his whole term has been spent bombing people.
Dude, Kim Jong played Trump like a Stradivarius, bro.
I thought it was Netanyahu.
What did we get out of those meetings? Okay, I'm gonna tell you one of the things we got out of it. Every year, the U.S. does a very large exercise with the Koreans. I mean, it's a whole Pacific thing, right? Called RIMPAC. And every year, and when Trump was messing around with Kim Jong, he called it off. That's the largest exercise that is done every year. Has been for years, and he called it off. We did not get anything out of that, but Trump taking his big ass across the damn.
And I mentioned that earlier with the whole Trump saying we made a great deal with Greenland and things like that. Yeah, Trump is. Remember when Putin came over here? Putin came over here with the red carpet. That was a great conversation. I mean, Trump says every meeting, everything he's involved in is fantastic, even if nothing comes out of it. So yeah, I mean, he said that the deal with Greenland is great, and yeah, I mean, chances are eventually he's going to say something great about Iran. That's just how he talks.
So when did he get it? When did we see the deal?
You're never going to see it. You're never going to see it. That's what is good. That's what makes Trump so effective, is he can tell you something and you just have to believe it. You're never going to see evidence. Just like the Venezuelan drug boats. You'll never see proof that drugs is on those boats. You'll never see that.
Exactly. But his people believe it. But see, what people fail to realize is that now Trump didn't get 50% of the U.S. He got 40-some% of 150 million people that voted.
True.
Okay, so 10 million didn't vote, right? Yeah. But everything, you never see the proof. Okay, we got $18 trillion in investments coming to the U.S. Bullshit. That's a lie. You know, even on the White House website, it only says 9 trillion. But where the fuck is that at?
But how about this? In the comments, Jazzy J214 says, Trump is the GOAT. He's a gangster, not a pussy. Maybe that has something to do with it.
You know what? I wouldn't call Trump a pussy, man. Okay.
Well, he said he's not. Okay, he said he agrees.
I wouldn't call him that because I like it too much. Okay. Now he's a punk. He's a punk ass, yeah. He's a bully, yeah.
Wait a minute. You said you wouldn't call Trump a pussy because you like pussy too much. So, damn, that's horrible. Funny though. Oh my God. Well, look, I'm just saying, some folks like Trump's aggressiveness, just like when he's attacking liberals. A lot of folks like Trump for starting shit. They like Trump for being a shit starter.
Hey, somebody down there just said Iran was landlocked. No, it's not.
No, it's not. The Strait of Hormuz is, no, it's not. I mean, isn't it on the Persian Gulf?
I bet he's MAGA.
It's not landlocked. Persian Gulf is on the round, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they border water.
Gulf. They got the Caspian Sea in the north, Persian Gulf, and the Gulf of Oman in the south.
Yeah, they're not landlocked. Yeah, I don't know what was somebody said.
I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
It is.
Yeah, but anyway, back to what we were saying. You know, everything he talks about, he lies about. You never see the proof. Okay, what happened to all these 90 deals in 90 days? We ain't seen shit. We seen what, 3 or 4? That was it. That's all he does, bro.
But that makes that clears things up a lot, Travel Man, in regards to why Trump is the greatest president we've ever had in the eyes of many folks. If you believe what he says at face value and he doesn't have to prove anything to you, and he cites all these historically great accomplishments, and you're just taking it at face value, he will be the greatest ever. Because he'll just tell you he's done, like, okay, my inauguration crowd is larger than Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, larger than history. Well, if you believe that, then more people came out to see him when he got elected than any president in history. So
you know why for one thing, why he'll always have a ranking against him is because he blew COVID out of his ass. He blew it.
Yeah, that one.
In 4 years, he had one major crisis in 4 years, and he fucked it up. That's it. Okay. Each time he was handed a decent economy from Obama, and he was handed a decent economy from Biden. But you know what? If you talk to MAGA, you wouldn't know it. Because for 4 years, the entire 4 years that Biden was president, they trashed the freaking economy. Even though we had a soft landing, even though The Economist, which is one of a reputable magazine that reports all over the world, said that the U.S. economy was the envy of the world, even though the supply chain was fucked up due to COVID and they straightened it out, okay, all of that, but they trashed the freak. Even though inflation went up to 9% because of COVID. And he brought it down to less than 3% when Trump took office, or at 3%. Okay, so what is he doing? I mean, he put tariffs on, fucked everything up. Look at it, bro. He bent the farmers over 3 times and jacked their ass without Vaseline.
Damn, but they vote for him. The farmers are still overwhelmingly MAGA. But if he
voted for him 3 times.
But are you sure he did him that bad? Because all my screens are coming up. But if he did him as bad as you say, farmers would still vote for Trump again if they had a chance. Farmers are still MAGA, overwhelmingly MAGA.
Because they're MAGA, bro. Okay, look at this. The first time he had to give them $26 billion because they fucked around and lost all that business that they didn't get back. The second time they lost, so they didn't make money under Biden. Then Trump came in again and fucked them again. But they didn't make any money off the Chinese in 2025. Not only that, they dismantled freaking USAID, which also paid the farmers a lot of money. So he fucked them on 2 fronts. Oh. And they voted for him 3 times.
And they make it clear that if he goes in 2028, I think most farmers would vote for him a 4th time. So farmers,
and he still won't use Vaseline.
All right, Travelman, that's a graphic picture. That's a graphic picture.
We say the borders are closed with Trump. We don't have a closed border. We've never had it, just like we never had an open border. We have controlled entry. That's what we have.
You don't think border security has improved under Trump from Biden?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking that.
Yeah, it has.
Okay. All right.
But it's not closed.
No,
but
yeah.
I bet you 50 to 60% of what's going on down at the border is because people think it's too fucked up to come to the United States right now.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I would say 50-60%, but I would say a high percentage of it. I do agree that a lot of Trump securing the border just simply is the deterrent of, if you come here, we're going to treat you like a criminal, and you might not even live to leave. I believe that, or you might go to a 3rd world country or some shit.
Exactly. It's just like we don't have open borders. Just like we don't have the border is more secure. Yes, it is. Yeah, but it's not closed. Anybody that say they need to get the fuck off of Fox News and OAN and the pillow, get their head out of the pillow man's ass, So
shout out to Mike Lindell.
Wasn't worth shit with Obama and Biden. Obama deported more people than anybody. That asshole on there talking that bullshit. Y'all need to get out. You got to suffer from head up Trump's ass syndrome. I get tired of hearing that.
All right, Travelman, you must got a phone call. I'll go ahead and move it on, Travelman. Always welcome back on the program. Thank you very much. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 125. I don't watch any news you guys do. Then where you get your information from, Jazzy J? You watch something. You're getting it from, if you're not getting it from OAN, Fox, Newsmax, or CNN somewhere, then you're getting it from Carlson or Hannity. You're getting your news from somewhere. I mean, otherwise, how do you know to speak on this shit? You're not on the ground in these places. So you're getting it from somewhere. Anyway, let me go back to the box. I need you guys to tap the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Help your boy out. tap that like button. Handsome conservative. Real quick in the comments here. Trump does not care about the American people. Explain to me why is Julian Assange behind bars, but yet John Podesta is still walking around. Trump makes deals. Trump makes, he punishes his enemies and rewards his friends. So Trump has pardoned a lot of genuinely bad people, but yet you hear about the Somalis or you hear about the Lincoln rally. I mean, Trump has pardoned some really, really bad people. He punishes his enemies and he rewards his friends. So he's not doing it actually based on justice. Handsome conservative. Good evening.
All right. First of all, I just want to say, man, that was rough to watch with that last debate where that other fella came up and started attacking fucking MAGA Reacts or whoever the hell that was.
What was rough about it? You talking about Mike and MAGA Reacts. What was rough about it?
It was rough. It was like 2-on-1, man. I felt bad for him for what I could hear of what he was trying to say.
Okay.
It was rough.
Okay, what was he trying to say?
But that I have no idea. I couldn't hear him.
He continued. He talked for 10 minutes before Mike came up, and then he talked for another 5 or 6 minutes after. What do you mean you couldn't hear him? We gave him plenty of time.
I mean, I came in about probably halfway through when he was up there, so I didn't hear the first 10 minutes. But either way, I wanted to know what the topic was today, what we were talking about.
Well,
you always have a topic.
Yeah, we have 3 topics. One of them I haven't discussed at all, but the 3 topics first are why the hell we're in Iran, and we covered a host of things, including the fact that a school got bombed, and it's now information is coming out that looks like America. It looks like America is the reason that school got bombed. Trump is saying, based on what he has seen, it looks like the Iranians have done it. I don't think. I think. Go ahead.
Are you saying that there was another school?
No,
that was bombed?
No, the one that happened in the beginning of the war.
Yeah, the one that Israel hit. Yeah.
No, there's a video that shows a tomahawk strike. I don't think, does Israel have tomahawks?
Right. Yeah, we sell them to them.
Okay. Well,
we sell our weapons to everybody. I mean, no disrespect intended at all to either party, but both parties know we sell our weapons to everybody.
I don't know. We don't sell every weapon, though. But, even if you're right about the tomahawk, the problem is Trump is saying, based on what he is seeing, it looks like Iran did it. We don't sell tomahawks to Iran.
No, I'll be clear on this. Iran did not bomb their own school, man. That's just stupid. I'm a conservative. I'm not an idiot. I mean, no, they didn't bomb their own school.
So in other words, you do believe in all likelihood, Trump is lying about that then?
I'm saying somebody's giving him bad information. I honestly believe it was Israel because, like I said before, I was watching it. And I saw Israel start the fight. Okay. I saw them start the fight, and then America jumped in. But I believe it was hit, and I believe Israel hit it. That's just my opinion.
Fair enough. Now you did say that you believe when Trump said that he's getting bad information. I want you to watch this clip if you haven't. I've played it for a few folks, but our audience is rotated. I want you to. It's just a quick clip about what we're talking about.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran. We think it was done by Iran.
Now, the reason why I played this again, because you said that Trump might be getting bad information. Hegseth is where that would come from. And he clearly ain't backing it up himself. That's who would give him that information is the Secretary of War. And he's not even saying that Iran did it.
Isn't the Secretary, now I may be wrong, so I'm going to ask you this. Isn't the Secretary of War just been replaced by Hegseth? Wasn't he just replaced, or was that another person?
No, Hegseth is still in his position. He hasn't been replaced by anybody.
So I'm thinking of somebody else.
Kristi Noem, maybe? Homeland Security? Kristi Noem?
I think that might be the one.
That
might be the one.
Yeah, that's with ICE and all that shit. This is international. And I'm saying that you notice Pete Hegseth, when they asked him immediately, is this true? Because Trump is adamant that based on what I've seen, Iran has done it. Hegseth would be the one that showed him what he's seen. And when they asked Hegseth, is that true? Now we're investigating. Hegseth don't even agree with him himself. So it's clear that what Trump is saying is based on nothing. His own Secretary of War ain't backing him up.
Well, all I can say on that is every president that says stuff like this is being given information from somebody. Somebody along the line is giving him information. So has Trump lied in the past? Yeah, Trump's lied in the past. I don't know that he hasn't been given bad information.
Who would give him information? Wait. Who would give him information? Hold on. Hear the full question. Who would give him information about this bombing that America's being blamed for, that Hegseth would not receive it as well? Hegseth would know what if he's seeing things that show that we didn't do this and Iran did it. Hegseth would be the main person to also have seen that information.
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I don't want to sit up here and tell you something that I'm not going to lie to you. All I know is presidents get their information from people.
Yeah, the person behind them. I agree. The person behind them is who they normally get it from.
All right. Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I did want to tell you, did you see what happened with that ship that
torpedo? We torpedoed the ship?
Yeah. Did you see that, dude? That was fucked up as shit. I mean, they were unarmed.
Yeah, and not only that, but
it was part of the rule that they were unarmed in order to be a part of what was going on.
And then they just killed him.
That was fucked up.
Yeah, I posted a video of that.
Killed him and refused
to help him.
Hold on, let me get rid of this caller.
Yeah, what he is saying is we torpedoed the ship and
they refused. Yeah. They refused to even stop and try to save him from drowning, dude.
Yeah. No. That's our government.
I wanted to bring that up. I haven't heard anybody bring that up. And dude, that was pure evil.
But how do you respond in the comments? Trill says it's war, dude. Okay, we bombed the ship. We let the people. We didn't try to rescue any of the folks that were drowning. Tons of bodies showed up. I believe it was Sri Lanka. Iranian bodies washed up on the shores of Sri Lanka. But he is saying, "Hey, it's war." How do you respond to that?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Yeah, good. I'd love to answer that. I agree that we are at war, even though people don't want to admit it. We are at war.
Yeah.
But this is completely different, dude. This is completely different.
Explain.
They abided by every rule that was asked of them. They sent a ship completely unarmed to join in what was going on with America and the other countries. They were not a threat. They abided by all the rules. They were in no way a threat. I may be conservative, but that's not war. That's just straight out murder. That's evil. That has nothing to do with another country, or even the same country shooting off missiles. They didn't have missiles. They didn't have anything. They were unarmed. It is not the same.
Yeah. And I see in the comments, somebody asked, what did he say? How do you, where's your evidence that they were unarmed? That was a requirement to be where they were. They were literally parked right next to Americans. So we all went to the same event. We left the American sub left from being parked right next to the ship, and then turned around and fired a torpedo at it. So yeah, it was unarmed. That was a requirement to be there.
Yeah, it was a requirement to be there. If they were armed, I would be on your side. I would be saying the same thing you're saying. But they followed every single rule that was told to them to follow. They did everything they were asked to do. They even marched to show they marched in front of the president and other people to show that they were trying to be supportive. They not of the war, but they were trying to, I don't know the words for it, but they were doing what they were supposed to do. And that's I mean,
well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you, I hear you saying this murder, and I don't totally disagree, but let me ask you this, because I took a hammering from this when I was in a MAGA live earlier. And that is, you hear the term from the right often says, well, if you don't like America, just leave. But when I brought what you just talked about, I was accused of simping for Iran. So what I want to ask you is, because you believe it's murder. So what you believe our country did is wrong in terms of mankind. I want to ask is, as a patriot, as a supporter of America, should you stand by your government, right or wrong? Does that make you less patriotic? If you see America do something wrong, should you stand by them anyway, or does that make you less patriotic?
Now, understand when I answer this, I'm answering it as somebody who has not ever been in the service, because I don't want you to judge me off of somebody in the service. I never took an oath to join the service, okay? In my opinion, if you follow every rule that you are given, if you follow and you try to do it the right way, that's murder. That's just murder. I wish I had the words I wish I had the words for you, but no, I don't support that. I don't support our country doing that. You know how I have problems with people killing people to start with. Okay. Yeah. So taking that aside, there was no call for that. That was just straight out revenge. The country of Iran did something to one of our bases or cost us money with oil or something. It was something. And they took it out on an unarmed boat. It was an unarmed warship. It was a warship, but they followed all the rules.
Now
everybody is saying it was unarmed.
I got a strong statement from you. This is coming from the one and only Alter Ego. He says, you got no business being a Republican, my man. He's hearing you speak, and he doesn't. You're often critical of Trump. I know you voted for Trump the first time, but you're often critical of the commander-in-chief. And he is suggesting, based on the things he hears from you, you have no business being a Republican. What say you?
He's right. I'm not a Republican. Read what's under my name.
Conservative.
Conservative family values. My allegiance, first of all, is to the truth. Bottom line, my opinions come out of conservative family values. It does not. I am not MAGA. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. I am not a progressive. God knows I'm not a progressive. But honestly, dude, I voted for Trump the first time. I didn't vote for him the second time. He didn't run on a policy that I agreed with. And I'm not downing Donald Trump. Look, if there's a reason that we're in this war that I don't know of, then okay, we're in this war. But that has nothing to do with blowing away an unarmed boat that followed every single thing they were told to do. And if you think that there's something okay with that, the problem is you, not me, not the handsome liberal. I'm sorry. That's what I got to say.
Well, there's a lot of people that do believe that if you criticize the actions of what's going on in Iran, that makes you, you're a spokesperson for Iran and you're on their side. They believe that you should not criticize anything that goes on. It's like being a traitor to your nation. They see it as.
I do not mind catching hell from the Republican side or the Democrat side, but I've always been upfront with my beliefs. I've always been upfront that I'm a conservative. A conservative is not a Republican. It is not MAGA. It is not Democrat. It is its own thing. So, true. I mean, let's just be honest.
You make a good point, and I see you forever, C10. Appreciate that. Says, welcome back, big homie. We missed you. Yeah, I was on vacation. Good to see you back there, Forever C10. Thank you for your generosity. I will say this in regards to your statement, handsome conservative, about there's a difference between a conservative and Republican. I bring that up all the time when folks talk about the Democrats were were the party of slavery. You know, why the hell you guys are going with Democrats? They were the party of slavery and Jim Crow. And I bring that up is that the Democrats during that time, they were conservatives. The Republicans were considered progressives when they freed the slaves. Now the Democrats are considered progressives and the Republicans are considered conservatives. So I do bring that. It's good you actually separate being a Republican from being a conservative, because that is accurate.
And you know I catch flack from the other side. Why, I was just schooled the other day, the last time I was on, right?
Yeah.
So I catch flack from the other side. I don't mind catching flack from the Republicans either. But I've always been honest with you. I've always been upfront. And that was just, in my opinion, that was about as close to evil as you can get. That's just my opinion. But what other topics did you have?
Well, I'm going to give you one we haven't talked about. This isn't something you probably want to entertain, but I'm going to throw it out there anyway. Because I brought up Jesse Jackson. I don't want to keep talking about the guy, but he had a funeral in Chicago this weekend. All the living presidents still alive are there. Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Joseph R. Biden is there. Now, when Jesse Jackson died, Trump released a nice, friendly statement about the guy, because they were associates a lot of his adult life. And the man passes away. You don't fly the flags at half-mast. You refuse the family's request to let the body lie in state. And you don't even attend his funeral. So I'm going to ask you, is it possible this positive sentiment towards Jesse Jackson released from the Trump administration? Is it possible that maybe that didn't come from Trump?
No. I think him and Trump, like you said, him and Trump have been friends for a long time, well before he was even running for office. I don't understand why he did what he did, but I honestly, from what I heard, because I've been listening to a lot of people on TikTok talk about this, and that funeral turned into being more about the people there than about what his accomplishments were. That's what I heard.
Yeah, well, I saw it and I did not see that at all. But I will say this. You give church, because you're talking about a funeral turning into be more about the people. You don't think what Trump said at Charlie Kirk's memorial didn't that fit that description? He don't wish the best for his adversaries. Trump did exactly what you're talking about. He just did it at Charlie Kirk's funeral.
I'm sorry, are we talking about Charlie Kirk, or are we talking about...
No, we're talking about why would he attend the funeral of Charlie Kirk, lower the flags to half-mast for Charlie Kirk, and then shun Jesse Jackson to that degree?
I'm going to take a stab in the dark because I don't have the answer. My guess would be political. My guess would be political. I mean, why do presidents make promises when they run that they don't keep? Political. Why did Trump do what he did for Charlie Kirk? Probably political. It was probably just...
So he's playing politics at somebody's funeral?
Yeah, thank you.
Even a friend?
That's what I'm thinking.
If Jesse Jackson was a friend, as many on the right suggest, you're playing politics to the point where you're not going to go to your friend's funeral?
Yeah, but this is, you're talking like it's supposed to make sense. This is politics. Politics don't make sense. It never has. Okay, it's about saying the right thing about the right person at the right time. And for some reason, I don't know why, he didn't give the same respect. I don't know why he didn't do it. I can only tell you, I think it's politics. I think that what he did at Charlie Kirk's funeral was wrong because he turned Charlie Kirk's funeral into something about him. Okay, he went off script and we all heard it. It's politics, and that's got to be my answer because I don't have a good reason. I'm taking a stab in the dark.
All right. I guess I would agree that he's playing politics. I can certainly see that, but if to me, if I'm your friend, I don't care if you're on the other side of it. I got folks that I talk to on here and folks that I know in person. I have friends I know in real life that support Trump. We don't agree on a lot of things politically at all, but I'm not even if I became a politician, I'm not going to shun their funeral.
Right, but isn't he still trying to get away with running for a third term? Isn't that what people are still saying that he wants to do?
Well,
because if he wants to do that, not saying he could do that, but if he wants to do that, then he's got to play to his base. And saying too much about somebody that was his friend, but that was on the other side of the aisle, is going to lose him points. I mean, am I wrong?
No,
if that's what he's doing.
No, you're not. I mean, but then again, I don't know. When it comes to President Trump, the way he's handled the Epstein files and some of these other things that MAGA wanted to get to the bottom of, I don't think MAGA would ignore voting for Trump for a third time if he went to Jesse Jackson's funeral 2 years from now, or 3 years, 2028, 2 years from now. We'll be able to forget all about this.
Maybe you're right. I'm like I said, I'm not Republican. I'm not MAGA. Maybe you got a better handle on that than I do. But from my point of view, if he is hypothetically trying to run for a third term, he's got to walk a fine line. Like you said, he hasn't released all the Epstein files. He's in the middle of a war. He's done a lot of things that he lost him votes. I mean, it's just he's got to play to his base somehow. Every president would, Democrat or Republican, they all got to play to their base, whether they agree with it or are willing to do it or not.
I mean, I hear you, but man, I mean, we've seen, I don't know, Barack Obama eulogized John McCain, and he did. I mean, his base didn't like John McCain. He showed up at John McCain's funeral and gave. I don't know. It's just. That seems a bit much. I mean, I guess for Trump, anything is fair play, but I don't think the other politicians would do that. Handsome, I don't think they would do that.
All right. Well, either way, man. Like I said, I don't have an answer for it. I'm taking a stab in the dark. I can't tell you what I don't know. But as far as that bombing of that school, I want to be very clear. I do not believe America did that. I believe Israel did that.
But you also don't believe Iran did it either.
No, I don't think Iran bombed their own school. Look, you can be at war, but just give me one reason why. Let's say it was America. Let's say America was at war and we were being attacked. Would we blow up a school full of our own children? And I mean,
that's well said. That's well said.
Did it?
Yeah, that's well said.
Come on, Iran didn't do it. I am for supporting Israel's borders. I am not for supporting Israel to start a war, but that's what they did, and I think Israel hit it with a missile. And I mean, prove me wrong, and then I will come up and I will apologize and admit I'm wrong.
All right.
Prove me wrong.
We'll see what develops.
Let me go.
All right. We'll see what develops.
Your local liberal guys.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And appreciate your support as well, conservative. Thank you. Moving on with the program. Mr. G says the typical conservative cop-out. The both sides BS. Well, he wasn't playing it quite, but I do get that. I mean, like I said, if Trump does something wrong, bringing up a liberal that did something equally as wrong is not a defense for Trump. That's just saying they both fucked up. That's not a defense. He supports Israel. What a boomer. Well, the amount of Democrats that support Israel. I mean, there's a reason why Israel's been like this. The Democrats are supporting them too. It's crazy. Let me go back to the bots. And like I said, for you folks that send the spams, I have to block your accounts. I don't like blocking accounts, but some folks like to send these graphics and all this other shit. You don't leave me no choice. Israel does not have TLAMs. I don't know what a TLAM is. Those are acronyms for some type of weapon. They do not have TLAMs. It was a malfunctioning guidance system to blame. I don't think it was. Look, it was a Tomahawk missile. Is that what TLAM stands for? It was a Tomahawk missile. They caught it on camera. Now, the notion that it was a malfunctioning guidance system to blame. Trump said what he is seeing indicates Iran did it. Is that what you're seeing, that one of Iran's missiles had a malfunctioning guidance system? Here's the problem. What Trump said is so obviously erroneous that even MAGA ain't making that one up. So we're left to observe the obvious. Trump is lying about that. He just threw that information out there and tried to basically tried to blame Iran for killing its own citizens. Even Trump supporters at best are saying things like, well, let's wait till the investigation come out. So I don't even think most Trump supporters believe that Iran did that. That lie is pretty obvious in my humble opinion. That lie is pretty damn obvious. Let's go to Jesus Runs Deep. It's an interesting name. It's still under investigation. Yeah, 10 days later, it's still under investigation. What did I hit? Apparently my last caller didn't come up. So we'll go to Mr. Mobet. What does it say? It's still. Hey, how you doing? Oh, Jesus Run Deep. Hang on one second real quick. It's still under investigation. It's been 10 days later. And President Trump has already released a statement that says, based on what he's seeing, Iran did it. What are you seeing? Notice the reporter didn't even ask him, well, what are you seeing? So now you went right to Excel. Because the reporter, I believe, did not even believe President Trump. Jesus Runs Deep. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What am I getting wrong?
No, I agree with you. I heard that earlier today that there's videos showing that it was a Tomahawk missile that hit right near the school because that's where we were going after. And yeah, we're never going to admit that. And even if they do, they'll say, oh, well, collateral damage. You know how they do. They're not going to take responsibility for it like they should.
Yeah, I would submit to you that collateral damage does happen in the fog of war. I would submit to you that it would be easier to just, and this is what's been the bane of the Trump administration. Just come out, put the cards on the table. When you lie, it provokes people to continue digging into things, and it just makes it so that the actual facts come out significantly slower than they do in reality. I don't know why my last guest just dropped. We certainly did not drop him, so we'll move on. Don't know what I just hit there, but don't know why the last guest dropped, but we'll move on with Mr. Mobetta. That's how shallow and superficial Trump is in pay. Well, he likes to be that way. Ms. Mobetta, good evening.
Hi, Tim. Welcome back.
Good to have you on. You had a little vacation. Yeah, I can hear you.
My battery is going low. Don't worry about it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So why do you think we're in Iran? That's kind of what we've been talking about. Why do you think we're even over there?
That's because Israel wants us there. They own us. Trump is Netanyahu's bitch.
So you believe this is all being done at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu?
Absolutely. And you know what, Tim? Those Epstein files are bigger than John Crawford. Let me tell you, it's so many people that are connected. That's why when they say if they was to release all the files that it'll crash an economy. Why do you think we keep supporting Israel, sending them all kind of money and stuff like that? Because they have dirt on him. That's why they went so hard to get him back in the office. None of this stuff would be happening under Kamala.
How about this one? In the comments, Good One says, why are you so worried about everything Trump does? Obama did the exact same thing, but not a word. What say you?
That's some slow MAGA. They don't believe shit's thing. Even if they step in it, they don't believe shit's thing. Nothing. Trump does nothing wrong in their eyes, and that's why he is so stuck in power right now, because they believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
Real quick in the comments, Cal, tell me this ain't true. Cal in the comments says President Trump said that Iran stole a tomahawk and used it to hit the school. Tell me.
Oh my God.
I'm thinking he's joking. I don't.
Yeah, no. But you know what? I believe he'd say something like that. He never takes accountability for things he says.
I don't even think you could. I don't think you could just steal that and even fire it properly. You'd have to have the computers and shit. No,
you know who he's like? He's like Biff on what's his name?
Back to the Future. Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steven Spielberg, who created Back to the Future, they admitted that Biff, the character in Back to the Future, was created based on Trump. They actually admitted that character was based on Trump.
I'm telling you, he had an awful childhood. His family didn't like it.
Oh no! Real quick, Cal responded again. He said that actually is true. That that Trump did say that they stole it and tried to suggest they stole a tomahawk and used it to hit the school.
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh my God,
that's insane.
I can't. I guess I'm going to have some MAGA coming on here telling me that we didn't do it. They stole one of our weapons.
Yeah. They're gonna take that and run with it, Tim. Watch how it be all over.
How do you steal a tomahawk?
Hey, yeah, from who? From where? With all our so-called intelligence, how did they infiltrate to get it?
I don't know if that's the case. I even though Cal said that in the comments, and I give Cal the highest of credibility. That's just so outlandish that I'm like, damn, I want to have him. Oh my God. Just for him to say, that's hard to believe.
At this point, you can't put nothing past him. You really can't. Stuff that he's saying, he could be joking with. You can't put nothing past him. Y'all prove him to be lying every day. He just lied on TV today. When they asked him what happened, then he turned around and Hegseth didn't know nothing.
Well, speaking of saying wild things, In Motion in the comments says this is a low information black channel. What say you?
So why is he here then?
Ooh, don't run the guest away. Don't run. I need some white men.
Listen, Tim. He stuck his foot in his own mouth.
Yeah, he did say that. He did say.
We over here minding our business, and not to mention they never want to come up on your panel but they just want to be down there keyboard gangster and in the comments and stuff. Bring your ass up. Send that galaxy and come up here.
Yeah. And I will. Yeah, she's right. For folks who for folks who believe the guest is full of shit, if you send a galaxy, you do get to talk to that guest for 10 minutes. So you certainly get time. But you can be an independent guest on your own afterwards. Feel free to make the request. I'll bring you up In Motion. You can actually state your case. We won't shorten your time or anything. You get to state your case. Low information black channel. You can explain it, but
but I'm still trying to figure out why you here. It be them, Tim. It's them that be acting up. Then they want to say, "Oh, y'all acting ghetto. Oh, you're acting this." Like, shut up. Yeah. They lucky my little grandson over there asleep because I'd really be going off on their ass right now.
Well, listen. For President Trump to believe that people are going to think that Iran blew up their own school, even Handsome Conservative, the other caller, was saying, that makes no sense at all. But I bet you there are some MAGA that's going to believe that.
Yeah, because that's how dumb they are, Tim. That's just how that's their low. That's how low their IQ is.
You don't think all MAGA are dumb, though, do you?
Yep.
All of them?
Yep, there's no excusing any of them now.
No. There's legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. The border. There are legitimate reasons to vote for the guy.
Listen. The border is never closed. The border is always open. Is it controlled? Yes. But however, how are we giving him credit when he was the one who told him to stop the border bill so he can have something to run on?
Well, even under Biden, though, Miss Mobetta, even a lot of Democrats. I mean, I got my family in Chicago were really upset with all the immigrants roaming around the streets of Chicago, and they're Democrats. Democrats were upset.
I get it. I get it. You don't want people over here allegedly taking things from you, because I'm still trying to figure out what are they taking from you.
Well, it's not necessarily just the notion of them taking things. You don't even know who they are. They were coming in unvetted. I mean, Biden was doing a bad job at that.
Yeah, no, I get that part too. But again, Biden was dealing with a whole pandemic, a global pandemic. That's why when they get to talk about gas under Biden and all that, shut up, because y'all don't know what y'all talking about. First of all, gas is supply and demand. Number one. Number two, when nobody's outside driving their cars and stuff, what is supposed to happen with the gas?
Well, then that's where you get yourself a Kristi Noem, oh, God forbid, or a Tom Homan has done a good job. You get somebody like that to deal with the border.
Tom Homan did a good job of lining his doggone pockets. Listen, Obama did mad deportations. Wasn't nobody dying under him.
Yeah, but Obama's job was much easier because Obama was able to do the deportations at the border. When Trump came along,
a man.
Huh?
Because Obama's a man.
No, hear me out. When Obama did his deportations, most of them are at the border. Under Trump's second term, he had to deport people that were let in the country all over the place. So he had to pursue people in cities and things like that. Obama wasn't doing that.
Again, he shouldn't have told them to stop that bill and let them do what they had to do before he got in it. He should be a man of substance. He wouldn't have to have thrown that out there. Let's stop the bill. Wait till I get in there. He always do that. Somebody will do something. He want them to hold it up so he can put his name on it. Just like they did with those stimulus checks.
Well, you got to give the man credit. The man knows what to do.
I ain't got to give him shit.
The man knows what to do and what to say to get elected. I mean, the guy, he knows how to talk to the people. That's one of Trump's strengths.
I guess that's slow. That sucks for his people then.
Just
goes how so. He can tell you anything. It ain't got to be true, and y'all believe that bullshit. And guess what happens when the Pied Piper? He led them all to ruin, down to drowning. Now we're talking about gas and all that shit. Do you know that our dollar's decreasing? They stopped creating pennies. There's no more generating pennies and stuff. What happens in that instance? Everything goes up. So now with gas up, no more pennies and stuff. Everything is going up, and our dollar decreasing. What do you think what's gonna happen with us, Tim? We're gonna be fucked up.
I'm hearing that MAGA is getting tired of winning.
What are they winning though?
I don't know.
What are they winning?
I don't know, but they're saying they're winning, so I don't know, but they're getting tired of winning.
Help me out. Point me out to where they're winning.
Benicio says everything. Says they're winning at everything.
No, that's a cop out. What is? I need specifics. Give me specifics.
They're winning at defeating the LGBTQ community. They're winning at defeating. How are they
defeating them? They still LGBTQ people everywhere.
They're protecting.
What are they winning?
They protected the integrity of women's sports. They can't play in sports.
It was 6 people out of this whole country.
Well,
I'm still trying to wait. I'm still looking for the win.
But some would say that's 6 too many. They're also, look.
Look. Besides Lincoln Riley, they still haven't given me a list of rapists and murderers that was coming here either.
They've got some of the immigrants they've gotten rid of do have criminal histories. There's some felons they've gotten rid of. They've gotten rid of some felons.
I know. Yeah, so some of the January 6th insurrectionists too. The one just got life in prison for essaying little girls.
I am aware of that. Yeah, the January 6th pardons is probably going to be a stain on the Trump legacy. Everything about January 6th, in fact, everything about the 2020 election is going to be a stain on this presidency unless some real information come out. And I guess we're still in hopes. But yeah, that I agree with.
That whole thing.
Yeah, that whole thing.
That whole thing, Tim. Even with the handling of the pandemic, all of that blood is on his hands. Because first of all, you were saying it was a hoax when it started. And then when it was out, you was telling people not to be jabbed, and he was getting jabbed. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying? Telling them false information. Then he said, "Oh, go sit in the sun. Oh, it'll go away. Oh, maybe you should drink some disinfectant."
Well, how about this in
You
regards to
understand what I'm saying?
how about, yeah, I understand you, but how about this in the comments in regards to the 2020 election? Blue says, no, the real information is already out. So I suppose the information.
What is he talking? What
I
talking
don't
about?
fucking know. I do not know. I cannot fill in the blanks about any information that's out that suggests what Trump said about the 2020 election is true. I have not seen any information backing that up.
He's still saying that it was stolen.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's still saying that it was stolen. He's doing that, saying everything, but how Elon and Starlink helped him win this last election.
Yeah.
Say that. Say some shit that's actually true.
Yeah. Wow. Somebody in the comments says, Machiavelli says, I'm mad at myself for trusting Trump. So I guess there's a few of them that are
listen,
flipping.
like you said, he sold them a good game. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but I've said that because I get a lot of folks that say that black folks didn't have any reason to ever vote for Trump and they were stupid. And I say all the time, there were legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. I think there's still some legitimate reasons based on what you want for America. There are reasons to vote for Trump.
He made the they see when it comes to the black people voting, those little 8% or how many ever percent that voted for him. Those were the slow people that Harriet Tubman left behind. Those were the mofos that Harriet Tubman left behind and had to pull her Gatlin out on them.
No, wait, hold on. First of all, the reason why I understand blacks that voted for Trump or anybody that voted for Trump, and I say I think it's a legitimate reason to vote for Trump because the fact is he promised a lot of good shit. He was going to lower grocery prices on day one. The Ukraine-Russia war was going to end in 24 hours. He's going to focus on America instead of all this bullshit overseas. He made a lot of good promises. I can understand people that saw that and voted for him.
I would like to know how that's, but you see how they pivot when it comes to talking about WARs and all of that stuff. Oh yeah, well, that's just we do it. But y'all said y'all didn't want no wars. Y'all was for no wars. Lowered eggs, which eggs had something to do with the bird flu. It had shit to do with the president.
Well,
it wasn't even the president.
He changed his tune, and I see King Finn says, "Yeah, and the government promised black people 40 acres and a damn mule." Where is it? I get it. I get it. He made, but I mean, listen. You don't know when a politician making promises whether they're gonna keep them or not. And yeah, he did not keep a lot of his campaign promises, but you didn't know that at the time. When Trump was running, they did. No, wait, how?
Because of misogyny and racism. I'm getting ready to cut you short. Yep. You think they were gonna have a black woman running this country? Let's stop. I tried not to go there, but you're making me go there.
That ain't well. You know my opinion. I think Kamala Harris is just a bad candidate.
Trump lied he was lying his first term. The only time he did good was the first year and a half of his, maybe 2 years of this first term, and then the pandemic come when it was time for him to be the president. He totally dropped the ball, flopped, lied, did everything. Look how many people went to jail under his regime, got fired, quit.
Well,
that wasn't because he was running a good
well, my take is they looked at what we were dealing with under 4 years of Biden and Kamala Harris, and they had to choose between her and Trump, and they're like, I would rather go back to what we were dealing with Trump, the economy and things like that, than to do this for another 4 years. So that's why. Go ahead.
I wonder if those soldiers that was received that they had to receive their bodies, do their family feel that same way?
No. The 7 people that's got dead kids and relatives, no, they don't probably feel that way. I doubt it. But that's only a few people.
I bet most of them were MAGA.
Probably so. You actually probably are right about that.
I'm almost willing to bet that. But again. He's a big liar. He lied his first term. He was lying. He was a liar before he even ran for president when he started that crap about Obama not being an American citizen.
Did the death toll go up? Billy Webb said there's 8 dead now. Did the death toll go up?
I'm sure it's probably going to be more than that. I haven't watched it.
Yeah, see, Fuzzer is saying it's 8 now too. I didn't know it went up to 8. Wow. Was it one of the ones that got blue? Was it this? It's among the same group, or was this other person from somewhere else?
I don't even know that, and it's awful because we got people that's unalive for a war that's not even ours. Well, I mean, it is ours because the Rothschild and Netanyahu, they own Trump. Trump is their bitch. He their lapdog.
Damn.
He's doing their bidding. And if y'all don't think that those E-files, Epstein files, stop here in the United States, then you're sadly mistaken. I'm telling you, they bigger than John Corford.
Well, before I let you go, why wasn't he at Jesse Jackson's funeral?
Because there was too many smart people in the room for him.
What does that mean?
Show with all the dignitaries and people who know how to speak well, and he show up? There's too many. There was too many dignitaries in there for him.
You don't think that they would have? Because I believe Jesse Jackson Jr., his son, stated, "Don't have politics at my father's funeral." So, I mean, they would have let him speak.
Who?
Trump.
Who would have let him speak?
The family of Jesse Jackson would have let him speak at the funeral.
Yeah? Is that your opinion?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
You disagree?
Okay, you can have it.
You disagree?
You can have it. Absolutely.
Wow. So you don't
again. They had too many dignitaries, people in them who had on short suits and had a vocabulary a lot bigger than stupid and dumb.
Wait a
they
minute.
had too many of those people in the building.
So they let Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden speak, but you don't believe they would have let Trump speak?
Nope. No, you know what? I take that back. They might have would have let him speak, but he wouldn't have said anything because he would have looked like a whole fool.
I don't know. I see in the comments, Clash says he would have made it. He says he would have made it about him. All right, Miss Bobette, I do got to move it on, but I thought it was pretty odd that he wasn't there, considering he said that they were good friends. So I thought it was kind of odd.
He's an opportunist. Tim. He's an opportunist.
That's all right. What we having for dinner? What we having for dinner?
I'm cooking Rasta pasta right now.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Listen. So for those who think that this is a raggedy black show, listen, learn something. We know shit. We are creators. We're innovative. We do everything, and yet y'all still try to steal all our shit. Shut up.
I appreciate
Go
the
find something
sentiment.
else to do with your time.
Oh my God. No, we want MAGA here. We want the white people here too. We want the Asians. We want the Indians. We want the Hispanics. We want them all here.
Okay.
Miss Mobetta,
Okay.
thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely. Looking in the comments here, Camilla is not, I guess that's Kamala. Kamala Harris is not dumb. American observation, or American chose Dumb and Dumber. Kamala, okay, you're saying Kamala Harris is not dumb. You believe America by picking President Trump and JD Vance. You believe they chose Dumb and Dumber. Wow. We do it all the time. We do it all, so we take it all. Okay. She's just cooking pasta. All right. Looking in the comments. By the way, I need you guys on YouTube in particular. Smash that like button. Help your boy out. For you folks on TikTok, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goal. You know we always ask that TikTok hat. You just got put in your place, says I'm so Atlanta. I don't mind that. I do not mind that. Listen, folks, when I created a free speech program, which is what we do here. A lot of other programs don't do this. They mute you, they block you, they kick you out. We don't do that here. And thank you, Blue One Banks. Understand, we don't do this here to just win a debate, so to speak. And I do understand in the comments people put, L host or W host or what. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to have a conversation, bring everyone together, free speech. We don't censor anybody. And to some degree, I often learn shit. I don't mind losing a debate. If I lose, that means I learned something, goddammit. Don't have to win all the time. Understand that. So that's what we do here. That's why we don't block, ban, or censor. That's why we've always been about free speech. We don't censor you. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. And by the way, if you favor that, if you happen to be watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, Give your boy a follow. Have people watching on YouTube, smash that like button. And of course, subscribe to the program. Helps out with the algorithm. Actually, you kind of look like The Rock. Shit, must only be in the top of my head. I wish I did have a body of that motherfucker. Yeah. No, I don't look like The Rock. About the same height, though. I think The Rock is 6'6". I'm 6'6". But that's about it. That's about it. His platform has left and right wing perspectives, which is cool. Thank you, Cowboy. Yeah, what is our motto we say every day? In addition to being MAGA friendly, every program we make it clear our comments go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. You can be critical of anyone on the program. That means everyone is welcome. You don't have to have a certain political affiliation or somebody's going to limit your time or block you. We are an open forum to everyone. So if you do favor, liberal only chat where all of the folks are criticizing and attacking MAGA, or you like MAGA oriented chat where they're calling all the Democrats libtards and all that ain't this kind of program. You're going to hear everything here. You're going to hear everything here because we don't block, ban, or censor. Anyway, looking in the comments, and I do agree with you. Norma says true free speech. Yeah, we'll let you say whatever as long as the apps let you get away with it. Probably the N-word is the only thing we kind of occasionally block or censor. That and spamming. And being honest with you, I would let the N-word get away if the apps didn't block it. But if I let you keep saying that, they'll take it down. I can't control the censorship from the platform. So the N-word is probably one of the only ones that we, or somebody who just wants to keep typing the N-word over and over again. Let's say you got a lady on and you want to call it a C word. So you just keep typing it over and over again in the comments. Yeah, we'll block that. But other than that, we don't censor. No credit for dummies. He's liberal, but he keeps it open for everybody, which is cool. Thank you. I lean left. Not going to argue with that, but I can also see benefits on the right as well. Going back to the box. I don't know what happened to Straight Talk was in there. We'll go to King Finn, though. He is in there. No credit for wait, why would God? What do you mean by that? Straight Talk, good evening.
Yes. Welcome back to the kingdom. We'll make the intro short, just so I can bitch slap and talk a little shit, right? So look, I'm dying, right?
Okay. Why are you dying? Why are you dying?
Now that you instated that policy, you fucked up, right? The policy.
I'll explain the policy to my viewers. If you have a guest up and you disagree with the guest, you send a Galaxy, I'll put you on with the guest for 10 minutes. How did I fuck up, King?
You fucked up because you gave us ample opportunity to start eating motherfuckers up. Because Mike had a well-balanced dinner today, boy. I'm sitting here cracking the fuck up laughing because, my man, everything your boy brought up was bullshit, right? California refines their own gas. Lies. California makes 90% of its own gas, but it's not because it's a special gas. It's because they are in a fuel desert. There are no pipelines that go correctly to California.
I learned a lot from that. You're right. I learned a lot from that conversation. Yeah, I did.
Because he was talking mad bullshit out the side of his neck and backpedaling like he was on a bike backwards. If BMX had a sport for backpedaling, that motherfucker won a medal today. You understand what I'm saying? Secondly, no, Iran does not have Tomahawk missiles. They don't have Tomahawk missiles. They haven't stolen a Tomahawk missile. And if you actually check and take a look at what United States Navy Command said, the United States Navy Command has already admitted to it just by basically saying, yeah, we fired off Tomahawks at that time, that time frame.
Yeah, but just because they fired off Tomahawks at that time doesn't mean that Iran may have not fired off their stolen Tomahawk during that time. I'm just saying. Trump said, if Trump is saying that they stole a weapon, maybe they seen all of our Tomahawks being fired and they picked that as the opportune time to do that.
Tomahawk, Tim, how, when, and where did they steal the Tomahawk?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm fluffing on this because I don't know if you stole a Tomahawk. You would have to have launch codes and stuff. I don't even know if you could just steal a Tomahawk and launch it.
Launch codes, Tim. You need a fucking launcher. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you couldn't just launch.
These are Tomahawks. These ain't these ain't javelins. These are not torpedoes; they're tomahawks.
I agree with you. You're not going to just steal that and launch it. Yeah.
Yes.
How about this though? In the comments, Robert says maybe they got it from Amazon.
Come on now, dog.
Can you order tomahawks on Amazon?
No, stop fluffing. This is a no fluffing show. Right?
I got two missiles on eBay. I got 2 missiles on eBay.
Yeah,
no, listen. I've said this before earlier in the program. I think that Trump, in defense of trying to prevent from this looking like a disaster, he doesn't want the world or even Americans to think that we killed over 100 little school children. So he's trying to just make up something and throw it on Iran. But it makes no sense.
But Tim, you do realize that America is literally the hugest T group in the world, right? I mean, what do we care about unaliving 168 kids when we have, I don't know, we have 30-something school mass casualty events every year. What do we care about that? We literally let people walk around with pew-pews and not worry about open carry. We don't care about mental health, and we don't care about people walking around with mental health problems with open carry. What more do we have to say? We take over governments and topple regimes and steal boats of oil and we take over small islands and shit. You know, this country was built on terrorism. Piracy,
that is a dark alley you're going down. Damn, I hate to go down there with you. That's dark.
Is it? You sure?
I mean,
that's America.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying it. I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying
that's
that.
America's history.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying that. I was on a MAGA live earlier, and some of the viewers rather may have seen this, but I said something similar because they were talking about Iran as one of the biggest state sponsors of terror, and I stated that the only difference between Iran and the Houthis and Hamas and all these other proxies and our CIA is that we call their people terrorists and we actually favor what our guys are doing. But the CIA pretty much commits the same type of terrorism. They're just our terrorists. They're just doing it for us.
Yeah. And we just have a president now that's more than willing to go ahead and do the wet work or to send somebody to do the wet work while he wets his pants all night.
But I got a strong e-commerce. I believe that's Straight Talk. Let me know in the comments. But e-commerce says, how evil does that make you? Talking about you, King. How evil does that make you to say something like what you just said while actually remaining here in the country? If you thought we were that evil, why the hell don't you leave is what he's getting at.
Tell him to leave first.
You don't think we're evil. You do.
Tell him to leave first. If I'm so evil, if I am evil, because I'm actually one of the people trying to stop the lies, stop the bullshit, slow down all the evil shit, because he's probably one of those people who voted for this to happen. See, that's the difference. You can be part of an evil country because just like you're saying, Iran is so evil, did you think those 168 little girls who just passed away were evil?
Well, they probably thought that those girls, as young elementary school girls, were going to grow up to an adult age, reproduce, and produce a bunch of terrorists.
Well, how come we can't say the same thing about Lincoln Riley? How come we can't say the same thing about what's the little boy that did that? What about Dylan Roof? Because they all grew up to become what? What about Jeffrey Dahmer? Let's go there. What about Ted Bundy?
I'm just telling you.
What about Charlie Manson?
And I see Big App TBE said he saw me in that 1 versus 6 live. Yeah, but I mean, I do believe that to call the young little girls that lost their lives in this bullshit, that would be wrong to do that. But I don't think the Trump administration is ever going to. Now, somebody said they believe it was Israel. I had another guest on who says they disagree with Trump, suggesting that it was Iran. They believe Israel is the one that blew up that school.
Let's just go here, right? Check this out. Hypothetical scenario.
Mm-hmm.
When the weapons event, when the WMDs happened, who was the intel coming from? And who checked us to running into that fire?
Netanyahu.
Right?
Netanyahu.
Who gave us the intel last week about this?
Netanyahu.
And who said we're gonna go in Iran whether you do or not?
Same guy.
Again,
same guy.
Netanyahu, right? So how about we stop listening to other people and use our vast intelligence sources, the ones we just said were evil, How about we use those intelligence sources to get more data? And then again, let's go here. Since we have the greatest intelligence apparatus ever in the the world, as you MAGAs continue to say, why is it that Iran, was able to paint the picture of silhouettes of planes?
That ain't true. I'm gonna stop you. I looked that up because I was gonna do a live on that. That is not true. That is a fake news story.
You sure about that?
I was gonna do a live. That was gonna be part of our live. The notion that Iran painted aircraft on the ground and America bombed the ground thinking they were aircraft. I did look that up. That comes back as false.
Maybe it ain't, but I know something that is. I know the other day the FBI and the leaders of the FBI were told that there were terror threats before that shit happened in Kansas City. They were told that there were terror threats, and Trump told them not to say anything to the American public about it. And I know that's true.
Wait, before what event happened?
Before that shit with the Kansas City airport happened, or did you know about that? That was either this morning or yesterday morning. The FBI and the directors of the FBI and SOCOM was told that there were terror threats, incoming terror plots in the country, and they were told not to say anything about them.
What happened at the airport? I haven't heard this.
You might have to look the story up. From what I understand,
any lives lost?
No, we don't know yet. We have no. I really don't have that much more information about anything other than the FBI, the BCA for Kansas City, the police, and the federal TSAs and police were there, and they evacuated the airport.
I haven't heard this. And I see in the comments, Bama Landscaper says, but it's okay for the Iranian government to kill 50,000 of their people for protesting. No, it's not okay, but it's not our damn business. It's not our.
Y'all just say, wait a minute. Didn't y'all just, what happened to all of this outrage about BLM? Were they just protesting? Where was your outrage? How you had so much outrage then when BLM said, we're people, Black lives do matter? Or when the No Kings Day parade happened? Didn't all y'all Republicans say they shouldn't be out there protesting?
I was told, not only that, but I was told that we were voting for Trump because he was going to get us out of playing the world's police in overseas conflicts. Now all of a sudden we're back in.
Also,
yeah, and that I don't get because he was supposed to be America first, not protecting. You got protesters in this country that need help. Why the hell are you in Iran?
Tim, I know the Instagram I told you, you might not believe it, but I have pictures of Chevron, Shell, mobile gas stations in LA with the gas price at $8.19 right now as of last night.
In Los Angeles area, not out in the mountains somewhere.
Downtown Los Angeles, yes.
Wow.
LA. Yeah. $8 already. And while MAGA Reacts came up here and got chewed out by Mike, him with that mess about, it's going to go down. It's at $83 a barrel right now. No, it was still at $89, and it's trending to go up.
But where is that? Wait. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? Gas is. I mean, what Trump is doing has not affected the cost of oil enough to justify even California, one of the highest prices for fuel in the nation. What Trump has done in Iran has not affected our fuel availability for gas to be at $8. That's got to be something to do with those companies.
It could be, but the thing about this is we won't know. See, it's just like the market. You're playing a game, right? You're hedging a bet. That's what the stock market is. You're hedging a bet.
It's too early. I'm going to say King Fit. I'm not going to blame Trump for $8 gas right now. If it gets there, I'll give him credit for $4 and $5 gas in California. $8? That's somebody else playing games.
National 35% uprise at the end of last week.
35%, not 300%.
However it go, it's up. What happened to gas being going down? We shouldn't care because the Dow is over 50K, right?
Right.
Is the Dow over 50K anymore? Hell no.
Not according to I don't hear Pam Bondi talking. I'll agree with you there, but
you're not gonna hear her say shit about it.
But I gotta say though, if fuel is currently $8 a gallon in California right now, that's some price gouging or something. They need to pass a law and prevent that. That ain't got nothing to do with Trump and Iran. That's ridiculous.
No, all I'm gonna say is it's there now. So if they are price gouging, let's use your inference. Let's say they are price gouging. What's gonna happen when the gas actually does go back up? Because it's at $90 now, right? I'm gonna say average $90. What happens when it goes back up to 110?
Haven't we been over? Yeah, we've been over $100 a barrel, and gas has never been that high in America.
Well, has it?
$8 a gallon?
This is the highest I've ever seen it.
Yeah, but $8 a gallon, that's got to be something. I mean, listen, when there's hurricanes, they even though they're not running out of plywood to board up windows, some of the like Home Depot and shit will price gouge because they know a disaster's coming. To me, that's what this sounds like. Is somebody trying to price gouge?
Well, shrinkflation is what it is, man. All of that it's the companies, the corporations doing what they do. Like we said plenty of times, a capitalistic society. So you can't expect it to always be in your favor, can you?
No, I agree with that.
But the idea that we are in this position at this point with a quote unquote conflict going on in Iran, him moving into Cuba, into Ecuador, right? All of those things is happening all at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, and then the Epstein files is happening because they just came out and said, oh, yeah, well, that lady that they found, they interviewed her 4 times. That shit was found credible, right?
Okay.
Because did you hear that? Because that shit was found credible. She was found credible. Yeah. They ain't went and talked to that lady 4 times for nothing.
No, Trump is not interested in helping out any of the victims in the Epstein files. I think that's obvious. He don't care about that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Why would he do that?
Well, I covered that earlier in the live, is that I said even if Trump is 100% innocent on Epstein, he looks guilty. His actions look guilty as hell. Everything he's doing about the Epstein files, the delay in releasing stuff, the heavy redactions, releasing fighting with Congress. I mean, everything he's doing, stop talking about Epstein. He looks guilty as hell when it comes to Epstein.
If he was black, he'd already be in jail. I'm just going to tell you the truth. What was your second topic?
Jesse Jackson's funeral. Trump's not there. All the other living presidents are there after Trump gives such a great positive statement about it, about Jesse Jackson, how he liked the guy and all of that.
But
why isn't he there?
Well, the same reason he wasn't standing there for the fallen soldiers who came home. He was golfing. That was more important.
But he was there. He had a hat on. He was there.
No, he wasn't. Nope. Stop it. I want you to go look at that. Look at that shit again. Fox News pull out. Did y'all looking at Fox too heavy? That USA hat he had on. Yeah. That's from 2 years ago. That's not an actual. That's not the right footage, bro. You need to take another look at that.
Well, Fox News didn't show him with a hat on at all, King. They showed him without a hat on because they wanted him to look dignified. Standing there with a hat on is inappropriate. He was there. The inappropriate part was him wearing that fucking merchandise, the white MAGA hat.
Well, from what I seen, it didn't look like he was there for me. And he said he wasn't going to be there.
Yeah, I think he did originally say he wasn't going to be there, but he was there. He just happened to have that MAGA hat on, and that was like very inappropriate.
Jesse Jackson's funeral. Do you think I want Trump at my funeral if I was Jesse Jackson? Hell no.
They were friends, though.
Hell no.
They were friends.
Man, come on, dog. You don't believe that, do you?
No, there's pictures. There's actual pictures of them together and shit.
But you really believe him and Jesse Jackson was friends?
They had a friendly history. You really think?
Nah, man. See, you're confusing. You're conflating two things. Tolerance is not friendly.
I don't know. You kick the man. You don't want the guy even that you saw like John McCain. John McCain didn't want Trump at his funeral. You would.
I wonder why.
Well, Trump was not known for attacking Jesse Jackson. Him and John McCain had a big blow up before.
He was known for attacking every fucking body else black. So why would Jesse Jackson stand for that?
All right. I mean, I can't argue with that as much. Okay.
There was another person who passed. It wasn't John McCain. Wasn't it somebody else who said he couldn't come to their funeral as well? I can't remember who that was. Who was that? Just passed a couple years ago. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I mean, I know John McCain explicitly said don't show up to his shit. I don't know. Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. That's what it was.
Cheney.
Yep. Dick Cheney.
Wait. Dick Cheney said he didn't want him at his funeral. Wait a minute. You mean the Antichrist, the devil himself, who owned 26% of this country, said he didn't want Trump at his funeral?
Well, maybe because Dick Cheney's the devil and Trump is Christian.
Boy, you know you fluffing right now. You know
You walked into that one. You walked
in the
into
cracks
that
of
one.
your neck right now. There's cheese dust all in your beard and behind your ears from that shit. You know damn well that do
I see the comment. Shantae says, "Boy, bye." No, I mean, look. Trump has said he's not Christian, so I'll take the Cheeto dust comment and wear it as a badge of honor. I
What's
will.
the third topic, man? So we can go ahead and progressively get me off here because you tripping.
I just, I can't find it. I've been flipping through. My notes fell down, and I can't find the page, so I can't even tell you. I don't even know. I can't find it.
You can't hold water now.
Huh?
Now you can't hold. Now you pulling a Trump. You can't hold water now.
Maybe I need a diaper, man. Maybe I need a diaper. Maybe I need a diaper.
Use 2 hands to lift the cup.
Oh my God!
Don't tell me you gonna fall up the stairs.
Well, that's Biden. Biden's the one that can't walk upstairs.
No, Trump did it too, baby.
Yeah,
Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, but
Trump did it too.
Biden did that shit as a habit. Biden was falling everywhere.
Oh, come on, man. Biden's old as fuck.
Falling over sandbags. He's only 3 years. They're only 3 years apart.
My big ass fall all the time, and I ain't that damn old.
Put it this way. They're only 3 years apart. So Trump is currently where Biden was after winning the 2020 election, and Trump still looks more viable right now in 2026 than Biden did in 2024. 3 years ago. Trump looks more viable than Biden did. Yeah.
With all of that orange paste on his face and that fucked up wig he got on, he looks more viable than Biden does. You do realize that Biden was just at Jesse Jackson's funeral yesterday,
Yes, he
right?
was. Yes, he was.
Does he look anything like what Trump looks like right now? Hell no. No.
I'm saying that.
No.
I don't think first of all, Trump ain't falling down everywhere. And I think I'm just telling you, the guy was falling
You're not
constantly.
going to keep treating Biden like Mitch McConnell. Okay, Mitch McConnell was
Now that's really bad. Yeah, that's really bad.
Okay. That's first of all. We're not finna keep doing Biden like that, okay? Put some respect on his name. He ain't fell up no stairs, ain't damn near killed himself. He ain't walking around with a shitty diaper on all the time like Trump is. Come on, man.
Well, we don't know if the shitty diaper thing is true, so I can't follow that.
Don't?
But I will give you absolute credit. The Mitch McConnell thing is a shame. That's for the Republicans that have said all that shit about Joe Biden, and they're still letting Mitch McConnell ride it out, is insane. I don't understand. I can't argue with you on that.
Now you know he ain't riding it out. Come on now.
I mean, the thing about it is they're letting the guy stay in the Senate until November of this year. He's done. I mean, he's fucking done.
I want to know why they keep letting Geppetto or Pinocchio close Congress and let everybody go home. Why do they keep letting Pinocchio do that?
What are you talking about?
Why they keep letting Lil Mike, Pinocchio is what I call him, because he looked just like a fake boy. He's not a real boy. Why they keep letting him close Congress and run away?
You talking about Speaker of the House Mike Johnson? You talking about Mike Johnson?
Yeah, I'm talking about Mike Johnson, Pinocchio.
Oh my!
He looked like Pinocchio.
I gotta move it on. I can't respond to that.
Yeah, he's not a real boy. You know what I'm talking about.
He's your Speaker of the House. I gotta move it on.
My Speaker of the House. Have a good night.
You as well. That is the one and only King Fed. Moving on with the program. Got his own intro music. Some of you folks may be old enough, and I'm assuming everybody don't know what I'm about to say here. But there used to be a movie back in the late 80s with Keenan Ivory Wayans and a host of other now well-known celebrities called I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. I don't know how many of you folks have seen. You gotta be Gen X to even have seen that probably, but I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. And the guy had his own theme music. That reminds me of what King Finn is doing. Got his own theme music. Anyway, looking in the comments, Tim is forgetting his own. I don't forget what rule. What rule am I forgetting? Who sent anything? I didn't see that. What was sent? Did I miss some straight? Is that straight talk?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Did somebody send a Galaxy? I didn't see that. Real quick, what am I getting wrong? I think you're going to have a guess, but what am I getting wrong?
Well, number one, Jesse Jackson Jr. was yelling and screaming at Obama, Clinton, and Biden for what they said at his dad's funeral, taking shots at Trump. talking about they didn't know his father. So I don't know what they were talking about at his funeral. So that's number one. Number two, listen, if you want to say all of these negative things about the country you live in while still living in that country, you are twice as evil as the country is that you say you don't like.
Wait a minute. Do you
just out of protest, you need to haul your ass out of this country.
Do you believe that we should get rid of the First Amendment, free speech?
No. But I'm saying you can have free speech. You can say what it is you want to say. But what I'm saying is, if you say those things, then that just shows how evil you are.
How?
You can have freedom of speech and be evil as all hell, which I think that you are. You represent a very evil way of looking at things.
Give me
Let me give you an example.
Yeah,
Let me give you an example. Okay? That girls' school was 200 feet away from the naval headquarters of the Iranian Republican Guard. Okay? That's where we're talking about. So if the United States struck one of those buildings and it hit that school, or if they hit that school mistaking it for part of that military base, hey, listen, that happened a lot in World War II, in Vietnam. Civilian targets get hit all the time.
But I gotta ask
and
you,
Iran, hold on, let me finish. Iran could have at any time used diplomacy to prevent that war to begin with.
How? But I gotta ask you, then, if what you're saying is true, why is Trump saying, based on what he's seeing, that Iran did this?
Well, because there is some question whether that Tomahawk was shot down into that school. They were trying to defend that naval headquarters.
Wait a minute. The Tomahawk was flying, so America fired it, Iran shot it down, and it just happened to land in the school. Is that what you're telling me?
There is some question. It just happened to land in front of you. You just happened to put an elementary school less than 200 feet away from your headquarters.
Who fired the Tomahawk? Who fired the Tomahawk?
What's that?
Who fired the Tomahawk?
The United States did.
All right.
And it was trying to strike the naval, which we did. We destroyed the naval headquarters.
So then if America fired it, why is Trump saying, based on what he is seeing, the Iranians did it?
Okay, let me say it again. Trump is saying that there was some question of whether or not that missile was targeted the naval headquarters. Iranians, in an effort to protect the naval headquarters, hit the missile and it struck the elementary school. That happens a lot. We lost 18 soldiers in a Scud missile attack on our barracks during Desert Storm.
Has that ever happened where we hit a missile in direct?
Yes. I just told you when it happened. I just told you one of our Patriot missiles during Desert Storm struck a Scud missile and the warhead landed on our barracks. I just told you.
Let me just say it like this, because Trump said, based on what he is seeing, that what you're saying may have happened. When we've seen Venezuelan drug boats being blown, Trump has shown us all kinds of shit that was first originally marked classified. With America now being accused of potentially killing over 100 schoolgirls, if he was seeing information that suggested that Iran did this and we didn't do it.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you honestly believe that the United States government targeted an elementary school for that Tomahawk missile? Let's start there.
Mm-hmm. It's a good question. On a scale of 1 to 10, Trump said scale of 1 to 10, Iran wars of 15. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say under the Trump administration, 7.5 to 8.
So you think American generals nodded agreeing with the president that we should attack an elementary school because of its proximity to the naval headquarters? Look, Tim, I don't know what to say to that.
Well, let me respond. Let me respond. Hold on. Let me respond. After seeing them Venezuelan drug boats being blown up and the explanation.
Drug boats. This is an elementary school.
It's innocent. No, the point I'm making is it's innocent people. I haven't seen proof.
Drug boats, innocent people. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not aware that anybody on that boat was doing anything wrong. If I buy a boat off of a drug officer and it's now my boat, because you can buy cars that drug dealers once owned, you don't get to kill me because I'm in it. So, no, I don't believe that the people on those boats were criminals. No, I haven't seen any evidence of that.
Okay. Well, listen, I don't know what to say to you. If you believe that this is what I'm talking about. If you think your country that you live in is that evil, what the fuck are you still doing here for?
Maybe I can't leave. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. No. Do you realize how hard it is?
Plenty of resources.
No, it's not. No.
Your ass anywhere
that is not true.
It is true.
As somebody who has migrated to another country, do you realize how hard it is to go to another? That ain't something you can just pick up and do. You're wrong about that. You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you are.
I've done it. It's not that difficult.
How much did it cost you?
Not that difficult. Plenty of people do it. We just had 15 to 20 million do it to come here.
Okay.
So stop.
Maybe they want to stay here and correct their country as opposed to flee it.
Yeah, well, win an election. How about you do that first?
Then maybe that's what they're staying here to do.
Yeah, that's what you should start.
Maybe that's what they're staying here to do.
If you really believe that your country is that evil, I mean, dude, I swear to you, that to me is just.
Hold on. You got time now. You got a request. You got time on the other side of this, but someone wants to talk to you, so I got to bring them up due to policy. Andy, good evening.
Well, first of all, I'm going to need y'all to roll back that lie y'all said about Jesse Jackson. I went and fact-checked it. The only people that said that was the New York Post. We all know their credibility is fucking zero, sir.
I just watched the video, dummy. I just watched the video.
It is your obligation.
I can read his statement to you.
No, I don't want to hear your bullshit. You lied.
Well, let me ask him though. Let me ask him. Wait, hold on, hang on. Let me ask him. Hold on. Let me ask him. Okay, hold on. I'm going to have to mute somebody. Let me ask this question. Straight Talk, are you saying that there's an actual video of Jesse Jackson Jr. saying this on video?
Yes, and I am reading her, since she doesn't read on her own, I'm reading her the statement he made. The quote he made.
I'm going to tell you right now. You all up here lied through your teeth. You just lied about those little girls. You think that a
lady, just because you say lie doesn't make it a lie.
Out of the sky into a girls' school. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Ma'am, how far away from that naval headquarters was that school?
Mathematically, that's almost fucking impossible. Do you understand math? Do you know how math works? And other things.
Evidently, you do not. I'm looking at a map. I have more than one window open. I'm looking at the map. It's 200 feet away from the elementary school.
Quit lying about it.
You can say lie all you want. Doesn't make it untrue. No, ma'am.
The entire
world. You want me to read this statement from Jesse Jackson Jr. or no?
Sir, I don't believe you because I already fact-checked it.
Okay, you fact-checked. Who read it to you, lady?
The New York
Who read it to you? Because obviously you cannot read or do a search on your own.
Okay, little one.
I'm trying to help you.
We have got to the point.
You're not trying to help shit. You're just trying to make this.
Well, let me interrupt, Andy. I'm going to say I haven't heard this yet, but based on what I'm finding, he may be accurate on this. It's only a minute.
Maybe.
Hold on. Let's hear
it, Tim. The New York Post.
No. This is him on stage. Let's see what we got. Let's actually see what we got here.
God damn.
Who do not know Jesse Jackson? Yesterday. I listened for several hours of 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson. He maintained a tense relationship with the political order, not because the presidents were white or black, but the demands of our message, the demands of speaking for the least of these, those who were disinherited, the damned, the dispossessed, the disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent.
Do I need to continue? He's pretty much correct about this. Let her apologize. Take the win. Let her apologize.
He can't. Because he doesn't understand what that sounds like. Republicans can't apologize. Like, he'll never apologize to me for getting that shit wrong about Iran.
Because
like,
I did
never.
not.
Because
I
mathematically
didn't
it's
get it
impossible for a Tomahawk missile to be shot out of the sky into a girls' school. But you're never going to apologize for that. So that just makes me a better person than you, sir.
Yeah, you're a better person than me. You're a dumb dummy. That's what you are. And you cannot even admit when you are wrong. You came up here all confident that Jesse Jackson Jr. didn't say what I said he said. Tim just played it, and then your next words out of your mouth should have been, I'm wrong.
See, this is the problem with you all. You cannot accept a win even when you fucking get one. You all are so damn doubling down on
I'm
your
still
bullshit.
waiting.
But
I'm still waiting for you to be a woman and admit when you were wrong.
I did.
We're all waiting.
She did it. She immediately admitted she was wrong, Straight Talk. She immediately admitted that.
Oh, it was the New York Post. Yeah, you shouldn't have got your trash up here anyway.
Sir, you shouldn't have said that bullshit about Iran in the school. But you fucking did.
Keep
you do
walking.
math.
I'm right
Can
about
you
that
do
too,
math?
dummy.
Can you do math? I'm at least smart enough to know you can't knock a Tomahawk missile out of the sky with an Iranian thing and knock it into a school. I'm at least that fucking smart.
No, you're
I'm
not.
at least smart
Because you
enough to know that only
100%
US
can. Missiles get knocked off course all the time. This is, again, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, get a little more upset, scream a little louder.
Why do they have anti-aircraft weapons, lady?
Sir, do you realize that we could see the strike on that thing? Nothing hit that missile. Nothing. You pulled that right out of your ass.
No, I did not, ma'am.
There's actually
Tim
video
can bring that up too.
of that. Tim, pull that video footage of that strike.
Please,
show him where he was wrong.
Please take your ogre
there he is.
and read. Have her read the article. Have someone read it to her.
And you're wrong.
Yeah.
It hit the building. Nothing hit it.
Yeah, on that one, Straight Talk, I think she's right.
Courtesy of the Associated Press. It says this breaking oil prices soared past $114 per
Wrong
barrel
video.
for the first time since 2022.
That's another Trump disaster. Yeah, that's another Trump disaster.
What I said was the president said there was
Tonight,
still
new
a
video
question.
has surfaced showing what appears to be a U.S.-made missile hitting a building next to a girls' school in Iran. The video was first shared by an Iranian media outlet, then posted on X. Experts say it appears to be a U.S.-made Tomahawk missile that's seen in the video striking a building. One expert says responsibility for the strike can't be certain without access to the munition fragments. At least 168 people, mostly.
I mean, there's actual video of the missile coming down.
No one is questioning that it was a Tomahawk.
We have the munitions fragments.
No one is questioning it was a Tomahawk missile. No one.
Hitting it. No, sir. See, here's the difference. I could say I was wrong. You won't. Not ever.
Yeah, you wrong on that one,
just
Straight
told
Talk.
you, lady, that no one is questioning it was a Tomahawk missile.
Okay, wait, Straight Talk. Let me just say this. When Trump said what he is seeing is that Iran did it, if he thought it was a lucky shot that deflected the direction of it, he would have said that. He made it sound like Iran fired this shit himself.
Still a question, Tim. He said there was still a question of whether, because that they hit the Navy headquarters.
No, he said, we think Iran did it. That was a quote. He said, we think Iran did it.
No.
That is what he said. You want me to play that video?
What do you mean that he said they think Iran
That's
did
a
it?
quote. That is a quote from Trump. He said, we think Iran did it.
He made that quote.
Air Force One standing needs to be kids there.
Did they already have a video of the Tomahawk going into the school?
He said, what we're seeing is that, listen to the guy. It's a quick few seconds.
Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever.
Hang on, let me rewind that.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done by Iran.
Do you honestly believe
So he's
the
even
Trump
saying-
administration? That's why I asked you that question. Do you think that they took a Tomahawk missile and targeted an elementary school as a military target or as a
They
civilian
had
target?
bad
Do you
intel.
think
They admitted
ma'am,
that some of that intel was 15 years old. It was bad intel that the United States government had. I don't know why you all can't just wrap your little brains around the fact that, and not only that, did you not
I'm
see
asking
Trump
you the
in front of a
question, dude.
whiteboard and
I'm
show up
asking
all
you.
our damn
Do you
location.
think your
Then he blamed
country-
that on Russia.
Here, wait. Here's the point. Straight Talk. You're asking the question: do I believe America would target this school? Now, according to Pete Hegseth, he thinks Iran would target their own school full of girls and do that.
I 100% believe
That's
that.
crazy.
100%.
They ain't never done nothing. They don't go around blowing up kids.
They don't do
I
that,
will-
sir.
can I
Their
explain to you
religion is
why?
highly against that.
They don't
you
kill.
know why?
They don't go and blow up schools of their
I
own.
believe
stuff.
Phobic.
Why do you believe something that crazy?
Well, it's not that crazy because
You
they
are
slaughter
homophobic.
their people all the time.
They don't slaughter.
threaten
They
to
don't
kill-
just slaughter
Tim,
innocent kids for
they
no
threatened
reason.
to kill 35,000 people just on because they were protesting. So, do
And
I
how many
think they
Trump
would kill
let
their own
that
people? Yes, I do.
Well, wait a minute. The Trump administration's let 2 people pass away that are American protesters, and pew-pewed a 3rd one in the chest who is now suing his administration because she has video
Do
evidence.
you
that
equate
ICE
that
drove his
with
car
killing
into her
35,000
and
people,
caused-
man?
no,
That's your problem.
and caused
You're
the
fucking
situation.
retarded.
And then she is now suing the
You
Trump
just don't
administration.
understand scale. That's your problem. You're talking
No,
to me
sir.
about
I'm
2
just saying,
people
we're just
who
getting
interfered
started.
with
What
ICE.
makes you think Donald Trump won't amp up to that? If he don't care about 2
No
or 3,
wonder you vote
what
the
makes
way
you
you
think
do.
he'll care
And I
about
want everyone
30,000?
in this
See, here's
live
the
to
problem. Y'all
realize
said
if
Lake
you
and
vote
Raleigh
Democrat,
was-
you are voting
it only
with this
took
woman.
one for Lake and Riley, but for everybody else, we need to unlock 30,000. Is that it?
This is who you're voting for.
It's amazing.
This is who
Lake
you're
and Riley
voting
only
with.
took
You
one.
go into that booth, you pull the lever, this.
What booth?
No better, King.
I live with
That's who you're
Republicans.
voting
We
with.
don't get a booth. Y'all practice voter suppression where I live. I walk into an auditorium and I vote in front of everybody. There's no fucking voter, I don't get a booth in Alabama, in Birmingham. Hell fucking no. Everybody saw who I voted for. Y'all
That's
did
what I'm
that.
saying.
Because Republicans,
Yeah, you're very
and
proud
just
about
like
who you
Donald
voted
Trump trying to
for. I get
force
it.
the SAVE Act. Y'all don't want people to vote. Y'all know when more people vote, y'all lose. He just said no legislation can be passed until the SAVE Act gets passed. He said that. So literally, he's got
Yes.
a whole Congress. Yeah, he said that.
Yes,
Go look it
yes,
up.
I agree. We need to secure our
You
elections
he
from
don't
people
control
like
Congress,
you.
sir.
There's no evidence, Straight Talk, that the elections have not been secure. That
is
everything he is
absolutely
doing
not
is
true.
based. Everything he is like the arsonist that's trying to put out his own fire and said, "We need to put this
And by
out."
the way, Tim, even if you were right, which you are not, and there was no evidence, as you say, there is plenty of evidence. Even if that were true, we are securing our elections, so there
Yeah.
You're
isn't
not.
any tampering.
You're
Do
not
you
because there
understand
wasn't
that?
any. As a matter of fact, when we
And
go
you're
back and look at
fighting
the
it
election,
because you want to
and
fuck
look
with
how many
elections.
people voted that was fraudulent, it is overwhelmingly Republican. Republicans who voted for their dead relatives, apparently. We have 4 cases in the...
Then why are you
at least
against
4
the
different
SAVE
cases in
Act,
the village.
dummy? It would
What are you
stop
talking
us
about?
from doing that if you believed it.
All right, obviously.
But that's not going to solve what you're doing. It's not going to fix the problem.
All right, obviously.
You're not fixing shit. You're
You
just
gotta
practicing
be on
voter
both sides of the
suppression.
fence.
Why are you so afraid, sir? Why are you afraid to let women vote? Is it because you know that women know this is bullshit and we're just going to vote y'all the fuck out?
Listen,
Is that
I want to make it very
Y'all
clear.
just don't want women
I
to
am
vote.
afraid of letting people like
All right,
you. You should not have the vote. I will say that.
all right. Well, the teeing is up between you folks. I got to move on. Andy.
And just remember, I can come right back.
All right, Andy. All right, moving on. And she ain't playing. You got a few more minutes, so you may end up talking to her again. But I will just say this. What President Trump said about the 2020 election, overwhelmingly, most of that shit has not been proven. And now we're doing things to prevent what he made up from happening.
You have not heard the end of this, Tim. You have not heard the end
I
of it.
agree
You
with
keep
that.
saying that. I'm telling you right now, you have not heard the end of that. So while I agree, you guys have done a very good job of suppressing what was done during that election. Every chicken comes to roost.
But Straight
And
Talk,
we
you already
will
Straight
find
Talk,
out what
Straight Talk.
happened during that election.
Straight Talk, you already know my opinion on this. And like I said, I'll give Trump credit if I think he's done something right or he's saying something that makes sense. But it's hard for me, Straight Talk, when the whole Republican Party at the national level says the man lost the election. I'm just going to tell you, the idea that all of them are in on some kind of conspiracy and he's the only right guy. I don't think
most of them. Listen, I don't think most of them knew. I
How the hell could the Georgia how could the Georgia officials or the Arizona officials not know their election is being stolen, but Trump in DC does? I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Hey, listen, I think you and I will come to an agreement here. It was either fucked with or it wasn't, right? It's either it was or it wasn't.
I'm just going, yes, but there's no way.
Listen, acknowledge it was either messed with or it wasn't.
I acknowledge that.
Those are our choices.
I acknowledge that.
Okay. Now, you shouldn't have any problem with us looking to see whether it was messed with or whether it wasn't.
I do I have a problem with it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I don't. If somebody is already letting you know they're biased and making up shit, then I don't believe you're going to look into this from an unbiased perspective. You've already released statements.
Listen, here's the deal. You and I, we live in this country together, okay? You on one side, I on the other. You and I, we owe it to one another to be satisfied and to satisfy the other that the election was free and fair.
Then get a third party.
This over and over again.
Then get a third party. You can't be having Pam Bondi go over there and request files. That ain't believable.
I can have Pam Bondi go over there as long as I bring somebody on your side. Why not?
I don't believe. Listen, at the end of the day,
I can send whoever the fuck I want to send over there to look into this. It's my country too. And if you don't want to send someone, don't send someone.
Well,
I'm telling you right now, I live in this country. I vote in this country, pay taxes in this country. I defended this country, and I'm telling you right now, I will know whether or not that election was fucked.
But here's the problem I have, straight talk. The Republicans during that 2020 election, a lot of them outperformed expectations, which is why when Biden won, he didn't have a strong setting in the House and Senate.
You should have zero.
No, hold on. Hear me out. If that election was stolen, then that means there's a whole lot of Republicans that won fraudulent. Notice Trump ain't saying nothing about all of them.
Yeah, and you aren't saying a word about those.
Because we don't believe it was stolen. You do.
I am telling you, I don't think that was a free and fair election.
You didn't hear what? You didn't hear nothing I said. You didn't hear nothing I said.
As a fellow citizen,
you didn't hear nothing I said. If the election was stolen, why didn't the Republican Party complain about all the Republican senators in Congress that won by fraud? Why was it only the focus on Trump? If when we go vote, we vote for senators and everything. Why didn't he complain about all the other Republicans that won by fraud?
Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. We are the only ones asking to look into our election. We're the only ones.
You still ain't listening to me. You still ain't listening to me.
I am listening to you.
I'm asking you. You're not listening to me. You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am listening.
Well, let me say it again because I don't think you are. On January 6th, when they were complaining about Stop the Steal, not one of them were complaining about Republicans that won by fraud. It was only focused on Trump.
I heard you say that 3 times now.
Why didn't that happen?
Let me answer it. I'll answer you this way. We are the only ones. We are the only ones asking to do the investigation on this election.
They didn't ask anything about the Republicans winning by fraud. They didn't ask anything.
Tim, I'm asking about every single vote.
They didn't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They did not ask anything during that time. Even Trump.
I'm asking you to investigate this with me. Bring who you want. We'll make a party. I'll buy pizza. I want to know what the fuck happened during that election. I don't think you ran a free and fair election. I said it. And I mean it.
Is your beliefs that only the cheating that happened only happened in Democratic areas like Trump seems to believe?
No. I don't know where the cheating happened. All I know is that was not a free and fair election.
Let's go with that.
Until I am satisfied.
I don't think you're ever going to be satisfied. I don't think you're ever going to.
Like you should say.
I don't think you're ever going to be satisfied. And I'm going to tell you.
I don't think you're ever going to find anything in the Epstein files, and you ain't going to be satisfied until Trump's put in prison. So
I'm just going to. Well, that's a different argument, but I'm just going to tell you.
It's the same argument.
No, it's not.
A different subject.
Talking about Trump and the Epstein stuff is a totally different conversation than the 2020 election. That's a different.
It's the same exact argument. It's a different subject.
No, it's not. No,
actually, we have the FBI now saying that some of those cases against Trump, those complaints were credible. So you can't even say that. And there were 62 court cases, 62.
Which complaints were
and
that?
the court case about 2,000
I'm sorry,
real
ma'am.
that
If
proves
you have
that
evidence
everything you
against my
just said, sir,
president,
is
I'd like
fucking
to know
bullshit.
it. So slow down a minute.
Everything you just said, sir, is fucking bullshit.
There-
62
I'm
court
asking you
cases.
to slow
Trump's
down.
attorney
And
losing their
if it's
fucking
bullshit, why
ability to
don't you
practice
stay?
See, Andy, I mean not Andy, Straight Talk, she's talking fast because you often talk over her. If you guys will give me
Listen,
you
she
give
came in running. Okay, this is a woman that's spending her husband's money irresponsibly, and I need her to knock it off.
why do you say that? Why do you say she's
Well, because she's got all the money to come up and interrupt me having a conversation.
It can't be her money?
Let the man
You hear
talk,
that?
lady.
The husband said I'm fine. Fuck off.
Why can't it be her money?
Does he know what you're doing?
Why can't
You
it
need
be
to make more sandwiches and less
He sure
TikTok.
does. Dude, my husband does it to me like you do your wife. My husband doesn't have me on the
That's
leash to tell me
obvious.
what to fucking do.
That's
I'm
obvious.
a big girl. If
That
I
is
wanna spend
obvious,
a
and
whole
you need a little
$14
more
on
of that.
TikTok, he's not going to send me to my goddamn
have him
room.
get in touch with me.
Okay.
It's right here. Come talk to the fucker.
$14 in the trash and not worry about it.
Did you hear him? We can throw $14 in the trash and not worry about it. We have money.
So
See,
you
we
married a guy
against our
with less
better
sense than
interest,
you
but
have.
Donald Trump
All
is
right,
making big wild
congratulations.
amounts of
Oh
money.
my
So I
God.
can penny of it to come up here and cuss your
Why are
fucking asses out.
these are obviously the rich people they're talking about. Fuck the rich. Obviously, they got all kinds of money. Why are you worried about what Trump is doing, ma'am?
Because he's killing
hurting
people.
Human beings.
He's killing people.
And you're lying to the public.
You aren't being
You're out
hurt.
here trying to steal
Find
elections. Because 2020 is over with.
No, it ain't
Even
not.
if you
I
prove
beg
he
to
won,
differ.
what is the recourse?
Yeah, that's a good question, Straight Talk. Even if we look into it, hold on. Even if we look
He's
into
already served
Yeah.
his
That's a
term.
good question. I
He
wonder who
cannot
gave her
serve
that question.
again according to the 22nd Amendment of the fucking Constitution.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to do here?
Here, I'll tell you exactly what we're trying to do. Okay? Tell you exactly. We'll know what happened during that election.
You must be.
And we will be able to
Trump
hold
called us for
on. Let
11,000
me
more
finish. We will
votes.
be able to
Donald Trump
prevent you
called
from
Georgia and
doing
said,
it
I
in the
need
future.
11,000 more votes. One more than I got. That's what he said. See, there's
You guys
the
do
fraud.
not want to know what happened during that election because you want to continue
Straight,
to
wait,
gaslight
hold on,
people.
Straight Talk. The fact that
Did Donald Trump say that, Tim?
hold on, the fact that the Trump administration is only going in Democrat areas don't even make it appear as if he wants to know what happened in that election. He's only focused on a few areas where he lost it. So what happened in Montana? He's not even looking
Where
into
the
it.
cheating happened, Tim.
What?
And if you guys were smart, if you were smart and you have all this evidence of Republicans cheating, you would be doing your own investigation, wouldn't you? But you know that there was no cheating in those areas, and it's just going to embarrass you further.
That's not true
We
because
already did the investigation, and we found out y'all had no merit. See, we did the investigation.
Very
you know the reason why
convenient that the
2,000
winners
mules
do
was
the
taken down.
investigating,
Sir,
isn't
shut
it?
up. The reason 2,000 mules was taken down
You don't need
is
to be
because
convinced.
everybody
I
hit
need to
sued,
be convinced,
and they
ma'am.
won their cases. So it
My
was
side
considered
needs to be
defamation of
convinced,
character
not your
because
side.
they lied about these people.
Y'all stole the election. No one needs to
Wait,
convince
No,
you don't
we
have
didn't.
proof of that. You don't have proof of that. At best, you think. You don't have any evidence they stole the election.
Why are we doing this investigation, Tim?
Because
why are
Donald
we?
Trump
And
can't
why
admit
are
he
y'all so
lost.
against it? You want to
It's
talk about
because Donald
acting
Trump didn't
guilty?
admit that he lost.
Y'all
It's
acting
because he's
guilty.
fucking weak.
Actually, Straight Talk, there has been an investigation. You guys just don't accept the results. I mean, they did multiple
Because of
recounts
who
and
did the
everything.
investigation, Tim.
What?
Who did the investigation? You let the Fox investigate who robbed the chickens out of the coop.
You think
That's what
Governor?
you
You
did.
think Governor Kemp in Georgia that made it clear his election was held fairly? He's a Republican. You think he's a Fox? He's a Republican.
100%.
Based on what?
Listen, anyone that does not want a free and fair election.
He said he investigated it. Why are you saying he's the guy? He's the state where you guys call asking. So
And I'll say the same thing. When we hold an election, both sides should be very clear that it was free and fairly done. And one side in this case is not. And until we are, we will continue to.
you don't have any evidence of
Republicans.
that.
It was a Republican state. Donald Trump called
Right.
and said, I need these votes.
Right.
He said, I need one more than he got.
Which
He
is
said
why
that.
we're investigating. It's in a Republican
But
state that
did-
you
no,
guys
no,
claim
but
to
you
have
didn't-
won.
Wait, stop.
Doesn't
But what
make
are you
a
gonna
whole
get
lot
out
of
of this?
sense.
Trump cannot be president again. So even if he proves it,
Wanna
he
bet?
can't be president. He can't.
You want to
You
bet?
swore no to the Constitution.
You want to bet?
You think he go? You
I'll
think he?
vote for it 3 or 4 more
So
times,
you don't give
ma'am.
a fuck about the oath you swore
I
no
personally
to.
will vote for it
You don't
3 or
give a
4
fuck
more
about the
times.
Constitution. Just say it with your whole chest. I don't give a fuck about the Constitution.
Yeah, no problem. I'll only vote for President Trump 3 or 4 more times.
So she's right.
Well, that just shows you're brainwashed.
Yeah, she's actually right about you don't care about the Constitution if you're saying what you're saying because that's unconstitutional. You're kind of admitting she's right.
That would make both of us because you guys don't seem to understand that we have a system of election in this country and it is being subverted. And until that is stopped, until you stop
it's being
doing
subverted
that,
by you. And look, here's the joke. The joke's on you. I didn't
gaslighting
waste
like
any
a
money
motherfucker.
because the chat gave me as many coins as I spent to get up here.
Yes,
Isn't that
spend your
some
money.
shit?
Spend your husband's
look
money
at that.
anyway.
So
he
even
lets
they
you
agree that you're full of shit.
Got you. You don't see me doing that.
It's crazy that you would say straight
That's how
talk.
defensive you guys get about this shit.
Straight talk is crazy that you would say the
No, we
liberals
just
would.
don't want you to fucking lie,
You're
sir.
saying the liberals.
Who's the one that got caught lying?
You're
Who's
saying
the
the
one that
liberals.
got caught
Wait.
lying?
Straight talk. Straight
Me
talk.
or you?
Oh, hang on, straight
I
talk.
got something wrong, and I apologize. You got something wrong and continued to lie.
Okay, hold on.
No, I didn't
I'm
lie.
going to be one of you. Straight talk. You're saying that the liberals subverted the election, but then followed up and saying that you'd vote for Trump 3 or 4 more times. Is that not subverting the rules of the election?
What I'm saying to listen, I'm saying that to get under.
Say it. I don't care about the
that is,
Constitution.
I'm being very trollish. Yeah, of course, we have a constitution, and the president can only run when the president can run. But it does get a certain
So what
reaction
is
from
the point?
idiots when
We
I
don't
say
care
things
about
like
your
that.
trolling.
So
We
stop
care
doing
about
that
what
to
do
me,
you
Tim.
think you're going to
Let
get
me
out
have
of it?
my fun.
Why are you wasting billions of taxpayers of money to get nothing out of this?
Because,
we've
ma'am, I
already
know
proven
that
the
you
elections
cheated.
were free and fair.
I know that you cheated. Your party cheated, and we'll spend the money. It's really not a
I'm
problem.
really surprised TikTok hadn't come for you yet.
Michael Simmons, thank you for the support.
they
Michael
have it?
Simmons, thank you. And I see.
There's new owners, by the way, of TikTok. In case you haven't
Not
noticed.
really. Not really, because Trump's breaking the law too there because ByteDance still owns the fucking algorithm and only a bunch of U.S. supporters
I
have
would
nominal.
No,
have
ma'am.
nominal
Again, you need to go.
ownership.
You need
They
to go
do
fact
not
check
control
yourself.
the algorithm. It is
You
just
need to
controlled
fact
by
check
the fucking
yourself.
Chinese. Learn to look shit up.
You need to fact check yourself
Go look
again.
that
We're
up,
about to
Peter.
embarrass you one more time with your husband's money.
Go ahead. You can't look. My husband thinks you're a joke. And
Oh,
the
I'm sure he
punchline.
does.
Not
I'm
only
sure he
does he-
does. Ask him when the last time he had a sandwich was.
Oh, he's making me dinner right now. Thank
I'm
you.
sure he is.
Are you
I
so
am positive
bad?
of that.
Woman to cook everything for you. Can't you take care of yourself, dude? My God, how sad.
Damn.
What? That was your husband?
Oh my God. Oh my Lord. I'm not going to forget this live at all. This may end up as shorts on YouTube. Anyway, you guys. And I see in the comments, Handsome Conservative says, we had a much better fight when I was debating her. Handsome Conservative misses you, Andy. And Me Too says Jesse Jackson, he got in trouble for misusing campaign finances. That is true. And was upset about Biden not protecting him. Jesse Jackson Jr. is not his dad. He's a crook.
Wait,
Wow.
so is Handsome Conservative saying that he sucks too? Not just me saying it, he's saying it too.
He's
Thanks,
saying that
Handsome
the program,
Conservative.
he's saying
I knew
that
we could agree on something.
I think he's saying that
Handsome conservative is neither handsome nor conservative. He needs to change his name.
oh my God. I think he's
Bless
saying
your
that.
little heart.
I think he's saying
So
that.
You upset
I don't know
because
where
one of
he
your
picked.
own-
He got
one of
into
your
a
own
random
doesn't
name
agree with
generator and came up with
Cry me a
handsome
river.
conservative.
Crimea Rivers, even your own party don't agree with you.
I would
That's
be very
bullshit.
interested
Even
too,
your
Tim,
own
to
party
see
thinks
whether
I'm
he
handing
was
you
the
your
handsome
money.
conservative before you were the handsome liberal. I'd be very interested to see that.
Nobody's ever
I don't
called
think
you
anybody was
I'm
handsome
pretty
before
sure that
me.
You bought the store out of fucking pork chops and string to go around your goddamn neck.
Well,
God,
you don't hear me saying
damn.
I'm handsome anything, ma'am. Okay? You don't
you
hear
just
me
said
doing
you were
that.
handsome before you had that name. So, sir, did you lie then or you lying now?
Say what?
You heard her.
No, I did not. That's why I said say what? That means I didn't hear you. Try to repeat it again.
I don't got to try, sir. You just said you were more handsome than handsome conservative before.
No, I did not,
And now
ma'am.
you're saying you're not.
No, I
handsome,
did
so
not.
You lied
No,
then, you lied
ma'am.
now.
This is why I figured it out. You don't know shit because you can't hear shit. You need to get a hearing aid or get some comprehension skills. That's
No, that
what I
would
would
be
suggest.
your problem. I know what 62 court cases said about the election. It's apparently you that are lacking in comprehension. I know.
Yes, when you have a system that is being subverted, that's what
Who
tends
sent
to
that
happen.
Who sent that galaxy? Were they
know
trying to
this.
come up?
Now I've
That's
doubled
what tends to happen when you have subverted an election.
Did
That's what
somebody
tends to happen.
was somebody trying to come up in this conversation? I think I saw a galaxy pop. I didn't see it, but I saw a little edge of it.
Jesus. You know, just pile on. Come on.
They love you. They goddamn it. They think you're talking shit. Andy has been
We
the
don't
kid.
need to. You're not that big
Yes,
or
ma'am.
bright. You're not
Listen,
that
you
big
should
or
be
bad.
making
You're not
the
that
lunch.
fucking bright. Nobody
You should be
needs
the
to pack
one
lunch.
packing the lunches.
No. See, that's your problem. You really do need a nursemaid, don't you? Does somebody wipe your ass too?
It's been 10, folks. Andy, you drive a hard bargain. Thank you for coming
Hold
up.
on. No. I would never do that. I won't trust
Okay.
that. And
You
Tim,
sound
the reason
like
I
you were
came up,
volunteering
Tim,
that.
the reason I threw the galaxy originally is you can't say that Donald Trump doesn't wear a diaper. Fucking Fox News put a pee pad on their white couch because they didn't want his shit to leak through. There's fucking video
Oh
of
my
that
God,
shit.
dude.
Wow. I didn't
There
know
is some
that.
delusion
I
going
stand. If that's true, I stand corrected. Andy, I gotta find it, but thank you for coming through. If you get it, send it to me. All right, moving on. Straight talk. I believe you've had your time. Unless there's somebody. Did somebody send a galaxy to talk to you?
100%. I am one. Listen, I'm 100% done with you. I mean, you have gone to an insane asylum, and you have taken the retardation center to a new level. That's what you should recall. You should name this the retardation center.
No, it's free speech. But let me just say this before I do let you go. I thought somebody had said the galaxy, but let me just say this. You're not going to get the shit you think happened in that 2020 election. That's never going to happen. If they want to spend the money to pursue it, I think it's a waste of taxpayer money, but if it satisfies you guys.
I don't disagree with you.
Huh?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you there. But I will say this, and this goes for a marriage. This goes for, a country. This goes, whatever. You have two totally different people in this country. And in order for us to move forward, someone has got to realize that both sides need to be satisfied. They cannot be torn apart, and both sides need to be satisfied. We lost something in this country when Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan and Newt Gingrich and all of those guys used to come together. They used to eat together.
Straight talk. When the guy is campaigning and openly saying, "I'm going to be your president of retribution," what did you expect? He made it clear I'm going to be seeking revenge.
This happened. Well, if you're going to say that President Trump is the one that started this mess, you would be wrong.
No, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say Trump started it.
Tim.
I'm not going to say Trump started
You have Trump.
Whatever level the Democrats took it to that you believe, Trump took it to 10 times that level. So I'm not saying he started it. I'm not saying he started it, but he absolutely made it.
I'm in favor of it. If you're going to continue to go down this path, I am 100%. I'm going to protect myself with Trump's. My next guy, he hold his beer.
Okay, well, I gotta
It's
go.
going to be 10 times worse.
We gave you. I could talk to you forever, but I gotta go. Straight talk. Thank you.
Come by mine anytime, dude.
All right, we'll do. I'll certainly come by your live there. Straight talk. But anyway, he's probably currently one of my most controversial guests. Brings out the animal in people, but I don't believe we're going to listen. Two things I'll say. First of all, I believe it's an incredibly gross waste of taxpayer dollars to go digging into that 2020 election. I absolutely do. I think that the money being spent on that, out of all the things we could do in America to help people out and things like that, that is a gross waste of taxpayer dollars. Literally, based on my opinion, President Trump threw a whole bunch of shit up against the wall in effort to see what stick. I'm going to say the Democrats cheated this way, and I'm going to hope that people go out and find one of those ways to validate what I said. And that's what has happened. Dead people voting, immigrants voting. I mean, how many different ways did he throw out there of people cheating? As opposed to us having to go do all this research and find, why don't you show us what made you say that? If you're saying dead people voted, give us some names. What we are doing is taking his accusations, and then we got to go run roughshod and try to prove what he's saying is true. When if he saw it, then let him tell us. Don't have us play investigator and go all throughout the country trying to find actual cases of what he said. if he's making these accusations, he had to get them from somewhere, right? Why don't he just tell us? Because he don't have anywhere he's gotten it from. He created as many ways as possible of how you could steal an election. And the hope was, just like locker room talk and all this other shit that many of his supporters make up to defend him, he hoped that his supporters would go out there and find those actual cases and validate his claims. Similar to they're eating cats and dogs in Springfield. All of a sudden, a bunch of MAGA goes to Springfield trying to prove that. It ain't based on nothing. So I think it would be a horrible waste of taxpayer money digging into that election that Andy rightfully pointed out. Nothing's going to come out of it anyway. Even if you were able to prove the election was stolen, Biden has already served a complete term. All of the Republicans that have served fraudulent terms as well, nothing's going to come out of it. So what's the purpose of it? Just to satisfy him by saying, well, see, I proved it. Yeah, I spent $40 million of taxpayer money, but hey, I proved I was right. What is the purpose of it? So yeah, it makes no sense to me at this point, but he's not the only one that wants Trump to go digging into an election that is now 6 years prior. And as I stated, because Trump has made not only so many biased statements in regards to the 2020 election, he's made incorrect ones. I don't believe his team should have anything to do with the investigation. It would be like I come home from work and you, my neighbor, I got my door is wide open when I get home from work. You live next door to me. So I'm just going to say you broke in my house. You broke in here. I call the cops. Cop go looking through my house. Look like you just left the door, but ain't nobody did anything. No, they broke in. I swear they did. So I'm going to go ahead and hire a team of my guys, and they're going to go in. We all going to go in there and prove they broke in. No, nobody's going to believe you. You've released shit that ain't true. No explanation for why the entire Republican Party at the national level says Trump lost. Why would all those Republican senators and Republican Congress lie and say he lost the election? Many of them would have benefited from it. His own vice president just lied and said he lost an election, huh? Doesn't make any sense. And it absolutely damn sure is not worth wasting taxpayer money pursuing that. It's just not. I'm really surprised that all you hear from MAGA in the right is about waste, fraud, and abuse, but they seem to have no shortage of money to go digging into this, which will benefit virtually no one at all. Anyhow, folks, somebody sent the Galaxy. I didn't get a chance to see who it is, and I do apologize for that. Nevertheless, I appreciate you folks with the 200. Wow, 232,000 likes. But I do got to step away. We'll see you tomorrow. Follow the program if you're watching on TikTok, Instagram, or Substack. TikTok, Instagram, Substack. If you happen to be watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Thank you.